welcome to the UBS Center Forum for Economic Dialogue. My name is Carolin Roth, and it really is my pleasure to be here, not just because I studied at the University of Zurich, but because the topic we're going to be talking about today is so relevant. And obviously everyone is talking about it. Academia, the business community, investors, government officials at COP26 in Glasgow. And we are going to be trying to combine many of those views here today. It's great to see so many faces in the audience. I don't think we will ever take this for granted for the foreseeable future, so that's really fantastic. But I also want to extend a very warm welcome to everyone who's watching online or joining us online. We want to make this as interactive as possible, and you will see my job is to pose hopefully very intelligent questions, relevant questions, sometimes a little controversial to get the discussion going. But I need your help with that because I want to know what's on your mind. I want to know what you want to ask the panelists. You can do that whether you're watching virtually or whether you're here in Zurich. And let me show you how you can do that. You can take out your smartphone, or if you're joining us online, whatever device you're using, you can open a new tab and go to menti.com. That's the URL up here, menti.com. So we've got this code. It will stay the same for the entirety of the day, 55627657. What you will see there is a Q&A button, open Q&A, and that's where you can type in your question. It's really easy, it's very straightforward, and I'm sure that everyone can do this. Even if you don't want to type in questions, you can still read all of the questions, and you can actually vote on the favorite question that you have by giving it a thumbs up. Now, I know that all of you are very tech savvy, or if you weren't tech savvy, you were forced to be so during the pandemic over the last 2 years. So what we're going to do before every discussion is put up a poll question. And we would love for you to take part in that. And how about we try this one? This is a live one. Let's start with the first poll question. You will see it here. What is the estimated loss of total economic value by mid-century if climate change stays on the currently anticipated trajectory? Is it 2%, 5%? By the way, you can start voting now. 10%, 20%, or 30%? Again, what's the estimated loss of total economic value by mid-century if climate change stays on the currently anticipated trajectory? The poll is live, and we will be discussing the poll result during one of those discussions that we'll be having. Now, with no further ado, let me hand things over to the host of today, Joachim Voth, Scientific Director of the UBS Center, UBS Foundation Professor of Economics at the Department of Economics at the University of Zurich. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Carolin. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to welcome you back in person at the annual UBS Center Forum for Economic Dialogue. It's wonderful to see so many familiar faces and new ones as well. So every year we look for topics that are very much in the public eye and where greater exchange between academic experts, policymakers, and practitioners could be beneficial. And apart from the current COVID crisis, it's probably fair to say that there's nothing that moves the public as much as concern about climate change these days. It's a global phenomenon, but its impact is local and it varies a great deal. We recently organized a webinar with Esteban Rossi-Hansberg, an economist from the University of Chicago, who has shown that the losers from global warming are the poorest regions of the world today, and in the richest regions, losses are anticipated to be much smaller. In some regions, there may even be gains. So this raises the question of where political support for further measures to curb climate change will come from. And here with us today is Nobel laureate Jean Tirole, who will think through the political economy of how to make more climate change intervention politically feasible, reflecting with us on international cooperation, institutions, and appropriate policies as part of the annual Zurich lecture. Before that, we will discuss whether sustainable investing can be part of the answer with Sabine Magri of UBS, Elisa Ossola from the European Commission, and Lasse Pedersen from Copenhagen Business School. We will also hold a disputation about the social costs of climate change, featuring Lucas Bretschger, Bjørn Lomborg, and Rick van der Ploeg. Now, let me turn to this morning's keynote lecture on the economic costs of climate change and introduce you briefly to Walter Kielholz. Walter Kielholz is honorary chairman and the former chairman of the board of directors of Swiss Re. He is vice chairman of the Institute of International Finance and member of the European Financial Services Roundtable. He began his career at the General Reinsurance Corporation in Zurich in 1976 and then held several positions in the US, in the UK, and Italy. In 1986, he joined Credit Suisse, where he was responsible for relationships with large insurance groups, and then joined Swiss Re in 1989, where he became an executive board member in 1993 and was chief executive officer from 1997 to 2002. He then served on the board of directors as vice chairman and finally chairman from 2003 to 2021. His extensive experience in the insurance field makes him an expert when it comes to assessing risks and costs, and in this case, of climate change. In his keynote, he will share with us the key insights from recent research by Swiss Re, which simulates many of the uncertainties associated with climate change impacts. The message of the analysis is clear: no action on climate change is not an option. But what does this actually mean? Where are the areas of most urgent need for action? And what are the implications for the insurance industry? Mr. Kielholz, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. I spent, as you have heard, many years since 1976 actually in the insurance industry. And usually when I was at the dinner party or so and I said I'm an executive from an insurance company, the table was pretty quickly empty. People were walking away and think there is this boring guy at the table. When I became chairman of Swiss Re, a journalist called me and said, "I cannot understand you. Why do you take a job in the most boring industry of the world?" How wrong was he, actually? I think the reinsurance industry is in a way the price mechanism for risk in the world, for insurable risk mostly, and the definition changes what is insurable risk or not. But that leads to the fact that we have also, at a relatively early stage, started to look into sustainability issues. Climate change at that time was not yet a word which was widely spread and known. And therefore, this is first the timeline and a little bit why the reinsurance company is actually capable from a practitioner's point of view, talk about the subject. As I said, 79, don't forget this was about 8 or 9 years after the Club of Rome's The End of Growth, or what is it called? And so the topic was actually there. It was widely discussed among the scientific community. And we were confronted at that time with enormous environmental damage in the United States due to one side asbestosis and the other side environmental garbage dumps where every poison in the world was actually deposited at the time. So we started to talk about what is a sustainable behavior which would us as a reinsurance company ultimately reduce the big losses. Then it took quite a while, and in the early 2000s the debate started in serious. So 2003, 2007 were dates where the insurance industry started really to debate these things. The formal sustainable business risk framework which we developed was in 2009, and then there were several steps in the discussion in the public and in the discussion what the role of the insurance industry as the ultimate risk taker could or should do. Both on the liability side, meaning what we call the underwriting side, also the side where we underwrite risks, That's one element of the equation. And the other one is, of course, where do we invest the money that flows into an insurance company, usually in big way. It's not the insurance company's own money, it's usually the money of the policyholder. And these two sides of the balance sheet, the asset side and the liability side of the balance sheet, are both involved in most developments, economic activity of the world. We had recently, our chief executive has taken a very strong view on that, mostly because he thinks that if we do nothing, as it is then no option even for us, we will end up paying enormous amounts of damages in 10 years, 5 years, 10 years, whenever this comes then really to the fore what the costs are. So doing nothing is no option. Here is, in short, a very short analysis of where we are now. Now the noise, of course, from Glasgow is enormous, and you can read tons of articles and tons of books also, which are published now. But that is, in short, how I would analyze it. You see, the green thing here is where we are now. And the large line there is where the Paris Accord would actually bring us to. That is the line which we have as a target. And it looks very unlikely that we can actually hold on to that line. And there you have an optimistic, a current policy, and a target which is based on pledges and individual targets. The optimistic target is a warming of 2 degrees. The current policy is somewhere around 3. And if we believe all the pledges and targets people are coming up with now, we are already significantly above the optimistic scenario. And from that point, from that analysis, we say we have visions, we have targets, we have an idea, but it lacks execution. That's nothing particularly new. And I do not comment on the political process now. That is later on the program and can be discussed. Based on October 12, 49 parties out of 192 to the Paris Agreement, as a governments, countries, have not yet submitted new or updated nationally determined contributions, so-called NDCs. As they have not even gone through the process of actually updating their own situation since the Paris Accord. 49 out of 192. And that is a little bit, or to a large extent, the political frustration which is around this whole process. Now, one of the questions which you voted before was the loss of economic output. This percentage which you had to vote on, the loss of economic output or the loss of economic value creation, whatever you want, if we do nothing compared to the situation where we actually achieved the Paris agreements. The benchmark is always the Paris agreements, not the past, it's the Paris agreements. And what is the loss of output in the world due to damages, due to natural disasters and so on, if we do not achieve it? And here, if we achieve the Paris Agreement, we anticipate 10% improvement on if we let things develop as they are now. Also that was the 10%, was the right answer there. There is a loss of output also under the Paris Agreement to a zero development, of course, but it's not so big, it's 3-4%, according to our models. And our models are by no means perfect, but we try to have these models to understand. And if we let it go as is, the loss of economic output will be 15%, roughly, 14 to 15%. So the difference is 10%. If we only can achieve what the Paris Agreement does, and this was mentioned at the beginning in the introduction, it doesn't hit everybody the same. And you see here, the countries which are worst hit by such a loss of GDP, loss of economic value creation, are the ASEAN countries. Also, this is the countries, Indonesia, Thailand in particular. They will be very big winners if we achieve our goals. And then, of course, you see Europe, OECD as a whole. There might be the one or the other winner in there. I don't know exactly. But of course, you see that the positive effect for some of the OECD countries, particularly the European ones, but also for North America, is relatively weak compared to the loss of GDP in some other parts of the world, which might give an indication why the political process is sometimes very, very difficult. So this was this situation. Another reason why we say doing nothing is no option. And I would like to now go a little bit into the details how these damages look like. These are the two pictures. By the way, the same part of the world. The left one, it's Miami Beach in 1926 on the left side, today on the right side. So you see a little bit why the damage which we incur now is slightly more difficult than it was 100 years ago. Because the concentration of values in areas where the damages from climate change would be the worst have increased dramatically, and not by incident. People are moving to the shore, people are moving to rivers. That is where the economic activity is. It's not somewhere in an isolated place in the middle of Australia. It is at the coast. And over the last 100 years, we have seen a tremendous overproportional growth of population, values, expensive value concentrations in coastal areas. And this is a slightly difficult, but the central slide, which we use usually to understand the damage natural disasters can do. So what you see here is 3 lines, blue, red, and green. The blue one is the weather-related economic losses as they were. Money of that time, uninflated, just the losses which we estimated, since we do that since 1980, estimate the economic loss. Compare that with a number which is much more accurate, which we have more close, which is the insured loss. There is a big gap between the two, and I will come back to that. And then you inflate that. So you apply today's prices to those losses. And it's slightly different, but you know this is a relatively, at least the second part of this time period was a relatively benign inflation scenario. So the difference is not dramatic, and it doesn't ultimately change the picture, but it shows that the compound annual growth rate of natural disasters, and by the way, this includes earthquake, which has nothing to do with climate change, but it includes also earthquake, uninflated is a 10% growth rate per annum. Inflated, only 6%. And you would say that's not so dramatic. And then the green line is normalized. We apply the same density of population and values to past losses. So we upgrade the past losses and say what would have happened here if the same density, population, capital stock, individual housing, and so on, had been in that place, say 20, 30 years ago. And there you see the normalized growth rate is only 3%. It's the weakest of all. So it slowly moves into the thing, are are economic losses from natural disasters really growing? Are they really growing? Or are they just slightly growing? A three-year compound growth rate over 30 years, over 40 years, is meaningful. It's not something which you can ignore. It's meaningful, but it's not dramatic. And in particular, it's not so dramatic if you take a shorter period of time. Now, the unfortunate thing about this table is that we miss the period before 1980. Not because we don't have it, because nothing happened. Nothing happened. There was a period of 30, 40 years before 1980 with an extremely low frequency and severity of natural disasters. There was one in '63, Hurricane Betsy, and otherwise nothing. It's an amazing activity. As if you look in the longer run, the process started to become important only in the 90s, actually, here. There are many uncertainties about this model here. It's a lack of data granularity in past events, limitations of the methodology. All of that is work in progress, but we work every day with these models to actually put our pricing up. So what would today, 1992, there was Hurricane Andrew in Florida. What was the economic loss? You see it here, it's the peak there after the 90s. What was the loss, the economic loss at the time? It was 23 billion economic value destroyed in Florida alone. And it would today would be 100 billion if the same event happened, only 20 years later. So that's about the proportion of exposure the insurance industry and the economy has actually to look at. And now, last but not least, the question of who is carrying those losses. It is not the insurance industry. It's only about, when you look here on the left side of the slide at the bottom, that is the gap in premiums. Also, it's 240 billion of US dollars every year, which is unprotected in our models by insurance cover. And you can see, of course, that this lack of protection is very different between various parts of the world, given the underlying values which are there. So the poorest part of the world economy is the most unprotected. And the richer parts of the economy, they are relatively well protected, particularly countries like Switzerland has a high level of protection, but also other European countries in particular, Denmark and others. The United States is not very well protected, despite the fact that it's by far the largest insurance market in the world. And the question is a little bit, why is this the case? Is this the incapability of the world insurance and risk markets to actually underwrite that? Is it because they are too expensive and too inefficient, and therefore people do not buy this protection because they think it's not efficient for them to buy it? Many countries, people say, well, you know, if something happens, the state has to bail me out anyway. That's by far the biggest motivation why no insurance is taken out. Now people say, well, you know, next election of the governor of Florida, we will make sure that they pay up, otherwise we won't re-elect the fellow anymore. So there is a lot of things, and then of course there is also a lack of capital in certain markets. There is no insurance capital available to cover the underwriting of those risks, because more money can be made in consumer goods, more money can be made here and there. So why would you take your capital to risk underwriting? So there's a lot of reasons. And we are always trying as an organization to actually promote insurance as a tool, because what it does, it shows the cost of the risk You know what the cost of the risk is when you see the premium. And you are not living under the illusion that the risk is free of charge, that you have no risk. And when you have this price mechanism of risk underwriting, it changes your behavior, usually. Because it shows to you that there is no free lunch, and maybe in your area where you are, the lunch is particularly expensive. And that then changes behavior. You protect your property, you build better property, you protect the area where you are building in, you put the factories not in the worst parts of the country. So we work a lot with this protection gap, and we talk to a lot of the politicians also about this protection gap. As I said at the beginning, when I used the picture that people think insurance industry is the most boring piece, I can repeat that in that context. Politicians also think we are the most boring nerd at the table when we say this. They like us, of course, when we then pay up when a big loss happens. Then they love us, really. And there is an enormous difference between countries who are well protected. For example, Chile has a big earthquake risk, is well protected in the world markets. A big Chilean earthquake produces GDP growth because of replacement of capital stock. The same year, it was 2010, there was a big earthquake in Haiti. No insurance whatsoever, complete disaster. And then the World Bank produced this comparison between a well-protected market and the poorly protected market. And then the file was closed and nothing really changed afterwards. But it's an interesting effect. I would have 2 or 3 other slides, but my time is up here. So I would leave that to you. I just go to the last picture a bit here. The public and private sectors need to hasten climate policy action and collaborate. And that's our 5 points where we would put, from our point of view, the emphasis. Carbon pricing is another mechanism to make costs visible, of course. Transparency and standardization around taxonomy, data, standards, and metrics. It's a confusion, an enormous confusion on reporting. It's called greenwashing these days. But everybody, when he looks long enough at his annual report, is very satisfied with his own action and can actually put it together a little bit as he wants. So it's an enormous work to be done to actually standardize this. Financial incentives and lower investments barriers, no question. Don't have to go into that detail. A regular transition roadmap to disclosure. We have to improve disclosure by companies, but also by governments, by local, regional governments and bodies. And we should continuously work at these disclosures because I think they will change behavior and they are more convincing than protest in the streets. And last but not least, the rating agencies need to include climate change risk in the assessment of the creditworthiness of the companies they rate. I always said there should be a disclosure, but actually, do you have any insurance? Is anybody in the world courageous enough to underwrite your risk? Or are you just loading everything on your shareholder and say, here it is, I don't find anybody who actually underwrites my risk, and therefore my high return I have should increase an extra risk premium because you carry all the risk. It's not done, and I think if we make progress on these 5 relatively practical measures, we will change the behavior probably in a more sustainable way than if we make declamations and targets, which we then, of course, very often forget. In the short period of time, that is what I wanted to say. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Kielholz. You can take a seat. I brought with me another panelist. Mr. Kielholz, you can sit back and relax for a moment. I'm just going to introduce the other panelist, Professor David Hémous, UBS Foundation Associate Professor of Economics of Innovation and Entrepreneurship at the Department of Economics at the University of Zurich. You all have very long titles, it seems, but maybe it's a sign of how important you are and how important your work is. A reminder to the audience, I see that many of you have sent in your questions. I would encourage you to continue to do that. But thank you so much for what you've sent in so far. I mean, David, if I can just start off by asking you maybe a simple, very straightforward question. We know that climate change matters to scientists. Why is it so important to economists?
Yeah, so it matters for economists because it's really actually an economic question. There are questions of trade-offs. How much output do I want to sacrifice today for more output and more welfare generally tomorrow? There are questions of what type of policies do I want to design. So this is a question of trying to get the right incentives for people to reduce carbon emission, for innovators to introduce cleaner technologies. And in fact, actually, not only it's an interdisciplinary question between economics and environmental sciences. Within economics, it's really about it really involves all subfields. So there are questions of political economy, of microeconomics, et cetera, et cetera.
All right, David, in your newest publication, you focus on the role of innovation in the design of climate policies. Just give us a sense of what you found there and why you're saying that innovation may not always be the silver bullet, because I found that quite interesting.
Yeah, so what we find there is that actually if you take into account the fact that innovation is endogenous, so it responds to the policies that are going to be put in place, then that changes the policies that you want to put in place in the first initially. So for instance, you need policy instruments that are going to directly incentivize innovation. That also actually makes you wanting to have your policies more front-loaded, that is, relatively higher actions to start with. And why is innovation not just a silver bullet? Well, first, it's actually costly. You need to put resources in innovation. All innovation is not green. Most innovation is actually either neutral or dirty, and so you need to redirect innovation efforts towards clean technologies. And in fact, sometimes innovation can backfire. So you can.
Such as, can you give us an example?
So one example would be the shale gas revolution, which has actually reduced emissions in the short run in the US because you substitute coal with natural gas, a fossil fuel, but a much cleaner fossil fuel. However, at the same time, what we've seen is that there has been a decline in really green innovation, perhaps as a result of the development of shale gas. So we see a decline in renewables in electricity compared to fossil fuels in the US and, in fact, across the world since 2010 or so.
So what should governments do then? I mean, on the one hand, you want them to incentivize research in green R&D, obviously. Yes. On the other hand, if it's too much, you're maybe crowding out innovation. And I guess, one of the problems, what we're seeing in the US right now, maybe President Biden is doing all the right things. He's trying to funnel a lot of money into innovation in the green space, but there's so much political pushback from, even from within, his own party. So in reality, it's more difficult than it is in theory, correct?
No, so of course, there's a lot of political pushback. So I think the first thing that you actually probably want to have well-designed policies. It's going to be easier to implement a policy actually if that policy is well-designed and then brings results. So I think that's the first thing you want to think carefully about the policies you're pushing for. And the second, you have opposition from some parts in society. You also want to kind of enlist the ones that are actually going to benefit from your policy intervention. So be it younger generations that are going to suffer more from climate change, businesses that may suffer more from climate change. And maybe just to give one example, actually, that again is related to shale gas. You have huge leaks when you exploit shale gas and shale oil. And there is a tremendous amount of heterogeneity for the different wells. So if you just put a tax on all wells that use natural gas and just a uniform tax, you're going to have everybody against you. But if you actually try to target and make this really related to the emission generated by each well, then you'll have most of the industries probably in favor of it, because what you really want to do is shut down the dirtiest firms.
All right, let's continue. And by the way, I think everyone should read that paper. It is called Public Paper on Green Innovation Policies, correct? Let's move on to the poll question. Thank you everyone for participating. Let's see what the result is. Once again, the poll question was as follows: what is the estimated loss of total economic value by mid-century if climate change stays on the currently anticipated trajectory and the Paris Agreement and the 2015 net zero emissions target are not met? 20%. Majority of you actually went for 20%. The correct answer was, well, it depends on the assumption. It always depends on the assumption. I hear the laughter from the economists in the first row was especially loud. If the world goes to a more severe scenario of 3.1%, 3.1 degrees, I should clarify, to the increase by mid-century, global GDP would be almost 20% lower. So for 3.1 degrees, 20%, that is the correct answer. If we stay between an increase of 2.2 to 2.6 degrees by mid-century, we would see a shortfall of 10%. I think what you were talking about, Mr. Kielholz, was the actual 10%. I mean, let me come back to you, and you alluded to, you know, some part of the role that your industry, the insurance and reinsurance industry, can play in your presentation. What do you think is the scope of what you can actually do in terms of the mitigation and the adaptation to climate change?
You know, the trigger or the pain point is liability insurance. As it's the insurance a company has to take out because it's sued for killing people, poisoning the ground, whatever. And it is very clear that at one point in time, there will be class action suits, very strong class action suits, against companies which are considered to be climate dangerous. There's no question, all over the world. So for a shareholder of such a company, as long as he finds somebody who is underwriting these risks for him, taking this potential loss which he will have away from him, he has relatively little incentive to change. If that price for this cover becomes very, very high, the economics of the company change. And the shareholder will say, wait a second, maybe it's cheaper we do something about the problem in the first place than try to find a fool who is underwriting our risk, even at a very high price. So that's the mechanism how this works. It has worked in many other things which have been in the past. So, for example, medical malpractice, which has been a big problem in the United States. The class action suits have actually produced a behavior of hospitals and professionals in the medical professions that has reduced dramatically the malpractice claims. So it can work. And if the world risk markets are refusing to underwrite those risks, not because they are good people, that's not necessary, because they have the right judgment about what the heck is the risk which I really take now on my balance sheet. Should I really do that? And should my shareholders then carry all that risk? Are they actually in agreement with such a policy? Or do they think I'm reckless? And so that will be the mechanism, how it works.
I mean, in your industry, there's so much talk about social inflation. Are you talking about the sort of...
The social inflation is something different.
But are you talking about it from the climate perspective? Is that something that is becoming more and more important?
No, social inflation is something that has to do with individual people's claims, mostly in motor car business and so on, which inflates the cost of the individual claim. This is a different story. This is something where a new risk, and that means governments could also play an important role by toughening the liability regimes around those risks. And say, every so-and-so company in this and this business has to actually prove to the regulator that they have somebody who underwrites the risk. and they are liable for what they create. Also, this will be a fairly strong, sometimes dramatic process, and of course, as you said before, the political pushback can be well organized, as we see, for example, in the weapons lobby in the United States, how successful the pushback can be in something which is not really so controversial with many people. But the pushback is enormous.
Before we get to the audience questions, maybe a final quick question to you, Mr. Kielholz, about, you said it in your presentation yourself, we're not doing enough in a way, and we always hear this when it comes to what the governments are spending, what the society and the businesses are doing to stop the effects of climate change. If the sort of peer pressure isn't working, what other mechanisms are there, you think, that are quite useful?
Yeah, also it is probably taking longer than is good for the world. These things take some time, and if I compare the acceptance of this kind of this debate about climate risk and compare it with 20 years ago, a lot has changed. But it takes very long. And we just recently had in Switzerland also a referendum vote where we then realized how big the pushback can be. If you want to have an all-inclusive policy for a small step, but nevertheless an all-inclusive policy, the enemies of individual steps, if you add them all up, are a majority. And therefore, very often these kind of political plans and pledges are not realizable in the theater of political, in the public court of public opinion. And yeah, I wonder, because what you hear when you see these activists protest, and then when you see the polls, what the people are really thinking, it's a big gap. It's still a big gap. And so, since we are a democracy, I don't know how we can actually solve this conflict. I don't know. You cannot just say, oh, well, you know, we do it anyway. We don't want to hear you anymore. You cannot.
David, I don't know how much you know about the CO2 law, which was very narrowly rejected in Switzerland this summer, just to pick up on what Mr. Kielholz said there. But obviously, you know, a lot of people were concerned about the associated cost. Does it even matter for, and maybe this is a bit controversial, but you know, for a small country like Switzerland, which has a very, very small carbon footprint, to have a law like this? Because we're very, very small emitters compared to China, India, for example.
Yeah, so I mean, it's true that, you know, even if Switzerland were to completely cut its emissions tomorrow to zero, that won't really change the trajectory of the world. It still matters because we're trying to have a global agreement, so the more countries actually do something, the easier it is to have a global agreement. We are, you know, different countries can set examples too, and Switzerland is rich, so it can afford to cut emissions. I would say that in the case of a country like Switzerland, it also matters a lot to direct innovations towards clean technology, because even if you're, you know, cutting emissions to zero, and that's the best you can do on the emission side, on the innovation side, if you invent, you know, better solar panels, if you do direct carbon capture, these are places where even a small country can actually have a very large impact.
So it's really about exporting the innovation.
Then you can export exactly the innovation.
Okay, let me get to some of the audience questions. I'm looking for the ones with the most thumbs up. So there you go, Mr. Kielholz. This one got quite a lot of thumbs up. In your personal view, what are the 3 key measures that Switzerland should adopt immediately to fight climate change?
I think we have a tremendous advantage if we get our electricity and power policy right, that we can make the transition to much less carbon use in the country. Unfortunately, it seems to be that this electricity policy has also got stuck somewhere, and the opinions that this is not enough, will not produce enough electricity. to actually fulfill this ambition are getting louder. I'm not so deep into the story that I can judge that, but I think to give the people sort of confidence that there will be always enough energy, electrical energy in the country would take us a long way, politically a long way. The second is we have to convince people that this country, with its high-tech industry, with its universities, which is ETH and so on, will be insofar leading and will probably also profit from innovation and technology change. It is not a zero-sum game. It is for Switzerland probably a win if we really adopt innovation, investment in research and in our universities and technical schools. That's certainly, and I'm more a fan of things which make people behave in a certain way because they believe what they are told, because they believe that innovation and technology innovation for Switzerland will be a good thing. It will produce a lot of jobs, high-value jobs, and I'm pretty sure. And then second, of course, we have to somehow, and I'm not a green or socialist politician, not really, but we have to solve the inner city problematics with traffic and with a more efficient way for the solution of mobility in inner cities. I think that these are three small things which we can do, but I think in particular the innovation and investment case is a strong one. I hope this is shared by the president of ETH.
On that point, and I think this also plays into your research, David, how can we incentivize, another question, first movers on and scale clean technology in the absence of enough loss data, uncertainties, and high competition?
So you can try to subsidize innovation directly, so that's one way. You're going to lose some monies, and a lot of subsidies are not going to give you anything, but that's fine. I mean, the goal is not to create thousands of different companies that are going to reduce emissions. The goal is to create a couple that are going to be very good at it. Now, at the same time, that it is true that having a price on carbon that makes it more concrete, what is the value of the CO2 emission is also something that will help incentivize innovation.
Yeah, but there are a lot of shortcomings when it comes to the carbon price. We're going to be discussing that later.
It's difficult to have, but I think it remains an important ingredient.
Absolutely, and I think in your paper you also point on potentially one of the difficulties is having maybe a global carbon price. There's carbon leakage. What is that about, and how can you solve that question or that problem?
Yeah, so basically if you don't have a global carbon price, but only in some places of the world you have leakage, in the sense that the places that have a large carbon price are going to import the emission-intensive goods from the rest of the world. So you can imagine putting in place carbon tariffs. That's a way to somewhat reduce the leakage. It's easier to do on relatively homogeneous goods, so think about steel, cement, and on very, very complex goods. And the way in which innovation plays a role there is that actually if you think about the effect of endogenous innovation, then the leakage problem becomes worse. If I import all of my energy-intensive goods from China, then that's actually going to incentivize more Chinese investment in energy-intensive goods. And unless there is a political will there, it's likely that this investment is going to be rather dirty and not clean.
All right, let me move on with another question to Mr. Kielholz. You just gave the example of a GDP boost when an earthquake happens in Chile. Is there a need for a different calculation of GDP or a completely alternative measurement of successful economies?
This debate about successful economies is as old as economies are, and there is a certain in every country, in every society, there is a certain attitude. And you could ask, for example, why is Switzerland a successful economy? Why is so-and-so a successful economy and its neighbor not? It has a lot to do with the attitudes and the values in a society. And so therefore, you cannot easily transport these kind of attitudes. There are countries like Switzerland, Holland, the United States, where you insure against everything. And there are parts of the world where you don't insure against anything, but you go to church on Sunday and think it helps. And this is, I would not even start to try and change these kind of attitudes. It's a fact. Now, individual companies, and that is what I say here also about this leakage question, just to pick it up. Why should companies behave differently with CO2 costs than they did with labor costs? Meaning, immediately, companies were flocking to the places where labor costs were lowest. And of course, we know exactly in Switzerland how it feels if you lose all these jobs, which we had in textile, which we had in cloth manufacturing, which we had even in some parts of the machine tool industry, and lost these jobs to low job areas. And I can see that with CO2 costs, it will be exactly the same. It is how markets operate. And if you start to stop that, why were you not able to stop the low? Because the low salary competition, if you wanted, the low job competition. Because the world at that time said open trade is a value in itself. It helps the poor countries to grow and to produce jobs in poor countries, which was true. It destroyed these jobs in top economies like Switzerland. And the same thinking will go on in CO2, I'm pretty sure. So the leakage is, in my view, unavoidable.
Mm-hmm. I think we've got time for one or two more questions. Mr. Kielholz, let me continue with you. A question here that is seeing a lot of support from the others. Do you have an estimate of how much it would affect oil and carbon industries not being able to have insurance?
Nothing. It will change nothing. The amazing piece was the oil and gas industry, in particular extraction. When this drilling platform in the Gulf of Mexico took fire and burned down, BP was the owner of that platform, but actually it was not the owner of that platform. There were a lot of companies between them and the risk. And BP had not $1 single of insurance. Why? They said to the risk markets, look, our capitalization is so much larger than yours. We don't need you. And when the prices for energy risks in offshore energy risks tripled or went up 4 times about 10 years ago, they just canceled all the insurance policies and said, we carry it ourselves. We protect ourselves by hiding behind these companies which all own these places. And when it came to this big loss, BP was told by President Obama, I don't care about your legal structure. You pay 25 billion by the end of next month. Thank you very much, you can leave. And so they realized there is ultimately a cost of risk which you cannot organize away by a whole army of lawyers. It sticks at the end. And here the same with climate risk, I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm. It's quite interesting. I didn't know that fact, and it turned out to be quite costly. Maybe a final question. Is the political pushback the result, because we were talking about that before, David, the result of doubt about climate change or its cost? Or is it about the lack of reimbursement of those put at a disadvantage by transition policies such as carbon pricing? Or I personally may add, is it all of the above?
Yeah, so I mean, it's hard to know what causes this exactly, right? So I think part of it is that it is harder possibly to implement an action in just one country if you know that this is not going to be also done elsewhere, because why should we pay if China, Russia doesn't pay? So I think that the fact that we don't have a global agreement actually makes individual countries' actions more difficult. And there are huge questions of redistributions. I think that's true. So the way in which you think about what to do with the proceeds of the carbon price, the carbon tax, how you compensate people, I think that's key. That's key here.
What do you think is a good way of redistributing some of the proceeds? Is it sending a simple check, or is it, I don't know, tax cuts?
No, I think it needs to be transparent. So you can sending a check has the advantage of being very transparent. It's probably not the best use of the money at the same time, because you could use that money to actually finance clean innovation, or you could use that money to lower taxes elsewhere. But I think at this point in terms, when we're thinking about trying to introduce a carbon price, and perhaps the most important part is to think about the feasibility and the political feasibility. And if we think that sending the check is the most feasible, then maybe that's a way to at least start.
Mr. Kielholz, do you have any views on what the best way would be? In Switzerland, there's quite, I guess, a mechanism where people get the money back. In other countries, it might be quite different. I guess you would agree that it is important to recompensate those who are the most badly hit, correct?
Yeah, but the more complicated the whole system then becomes, the more difficult to explain, the less credibility it has with the people. And then, as I said before, you will then mobilize enemies of parts of your ideas all over the place, and those many enemies will then all of a sudden kill the whole thing. As I would keep it very simple and very much trimmed to the local circumstance, because if it's too complicated, nobody gets it. It's already now complicated.
Let me squeeze in a final question. How can reasonable policies to limit climate risk be implemented in democracies if large parts of the population do not support these and most politicians pursue personal interests above all? David, do you want to take this one?
Called democracy.
Yeah, I mean, I think you need to convince the population that it's a good cost benefit, right? So it makes sense to cut emissions and do something, because that's going to be good in the future. So that's the first part. I think you also want to explain that it's actually feasible. We're not just trying to reduce emissions just to feel good, or for some moral reason. It's feasible to decarbonize the economy. It's costly, but the costs are not gigantic either. So it's kind of, if you convince people it's feasible, you don't need to change all of your life and go back to become cavemen. Then if you explain that, it should be easier. But it's.
Well, we had in Switzerland several of these situations. If I think back, I haven't been around at that time when we had the first vote about the public pension scheme, AHV. 4 times it was refused, I think, or 3 times at least it was refused by the referendum. But they kept on working on it, and I think today it's something which people think without it, they can't even imagine how it was. The same was true with mandatory health insurance. The same was true with other things, where, for example, I remember the smoking ban in restaurants, which I still think for a cigar smoker is slightly tough. But at the beginning we said it will never work. It worked. So the population, I think, will adopt political reforms when they are somehow convinced. I only see one slight a difficult situation there. Already, still 20 years ago, 15 years ago, the political parties played a very important role in the opinion-making process. You were a member of a party or a member of a society which adopted the party, and when this party then said you should agree to that, then you said, oh, okay, maybe. Today, I think these political parties have lost their, what we call in German, Deutungshoheit. And people don't believe what they say anymore anyway. And so to whom do they listen? And we have seen now with the pandemic problem, they listen to many strange people. And so this question is, how can you organize a consensus in a society where everybody has to give something? Some people some more, some people will even benefit from it, but in the good of the total, you will agree to that. How can you organize that still? I don't know. I'm observing in the future with interest.
On that note, we'll end it here. We're running out of time, but I want to thank both of you, David and Walter, so much for your insights and your contribution, and same goes to the audience. Thank you so much for this. Appreciate it. We'll now break for a coffee break, and we'll be back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Sustainable investing is obviously the big theme in the market. We're seeing record inflows from institutional and retail investors, but the question really is, does it live up to the high standards that we attach to it? And the theme of our next panel is, can sustainable investing save the world? I know it's a very simplistic question. It's probably oversimplified, but it's a very important one, even if it's quite a controversial one. We are going to bring together different viewpoints from the financial industry, but also from academia, and we're going to dig deeper into this question. To start off, we have another poll question for you. You did so well with the last poll question, so let's do it again. You can access it on www.menti.com. So here you go. What do you think is the most promising measure to stop global warming? Let's see if we can bring up the poll question once again. Is it carbon tax? Is it an emissions trading scheme, cap and trade? Or is it sustainable capital markets? You can vote now. We will be discussing the result of the poll later on. So once again, what do you think is the most promising measure to stop global warming? Carbon tax, a cap and trade system, or sustainable capital markets? I'll leave that with you. You can continue to vote in the poll. Before we start off the panel discussion, we will be hearing a short statement from each of the participants, each of the panelists. Let's kick off with Sabine Magri, the Chief Operating Officer of UBS Switzerland. Sabine, thank you.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Sabine Magri. I'm the CEO of UBS in Switzerland. Let me start by saying we are living in incredibly interesting times. Wherever we turn around my head, I see change. I see change because we all start making choices, what we wear, what we eat, how we travel. And I'm sure you're doing the same. So, and why are we doing this? Because we all know, and we don't need to be from academia or from anywhere else, that the social and environmental emergency that we are currently seeing on our planet is daunting. So sustainability is becoming mainstream in our society as well as in how we do business. How do we evaluate companies? How do we invest into companies? What kind of commitments do we do to stakeholders, to our shareholders, to our employees, and to our clients? It also changed the way we invest, sustainable investing. But the question is, are we fast enough? And do we have the impact we want? So is sustainable investing saving the world? Or the planet? Let's say it's a huge, immense undertaking. But one information for me is pretty clear. We need 3.5 billion investment per year until 2023 to stop the global warming. And that only to bring us back to the same global warming elements that we had before the Industrial Revolution. So we as banks, as financial institutions, we need to take on this role to close this funding gap. We need to help to fuel the capital into the right investment, into the right innovations to ensure that we can start decarbonizing our economy. And we know that this will mean a complete rewire of our global economy. So in all these changes, of course, we face also a lot of challenges. We have clients asking about risk and return. And let me say that at least we know that there is no downside investing in sustainability. Sustainability and profitability are not in antithesis. We have other institutional investors who fear their fiduciary duty. And also there, I would say it really depends, because investing in sustainability doesn't sound so wrong to me, but of course you need to look into the specific situations. Other investors are frustrated because you don't have enough sustainable products you can invest in. And others may be fearing that they have some stranded assets in their portfolio because other investors already have voted by their feet. So there's a lot of questions and challenges out there. What is our role as a bank? definitely is to continuously develop sustainable investing products where people can invest, investors, retail clients can invest into products which suits their suitability interest or their suitability goals. And we need to support our corporate clients in their transition. We need to support to go from a more brown business case to a more green business case. And in exactly there, we need to support our clients in the transition and attract also the right capital. And also on the retail side, we know that 25% of the carbon emission in Switzerland is driven by our real estate. So if we can help our retail clients taking some renovation loans and improving their real estate, small or big it is, we'll make some progress. So there's a lot of growth, there's a lot of opportunities out there to support our clients in that journey, no matter what type of clients they are. But we heard it already from Carolin, it's not only about investors, clients, companies, and the financial institution. It's also about regulators. At the end, if you want to invest in something that is sustainable, you want to know how sustainable it is and how green looks like, so how good green looks like. And there's the real need for transparency, data, and standards. Standards that we need to set together. We are seeing a lot of regulations in the European Union coming up. We have more than 550 regulations around sustainability, and more will come. But at the end, if every country defines their own standards, different transparency, different elements, that will not help to fuel the capital in that efficient and effective way, the way we would need to fill this funding gap to decarbonize our economy. So that's, if I have one hope to COP26, and I know each of us has maybe different views on it, but if I have one hope, it's definitely that the political exponents who are talking there give to the regulators the right sign and empowerment to drive this global standardization and regulation which will allow us to have a level playing fields for all of us when investing in sustainability. So here we've come to an end. So my answer to the questions, yes, I think there is a merit of canalizing capital into this funding gap. We need 3.5 billion a year. That's a lot of money. So I think there's a clear mandate to us. We need to support the companies that have a brown business case to become greener. We cannot leave them alone. We need to support them and we need to help them and really test their plans. But all this journey cannot be done alone. It's not the financial industry that will save the world, but it's the clients, the institutions, the investors, the companies, and the regulation. And all together, I'm sure we can save the world.
Sabine, thank you so much for that. I would now like to ask to the podium Elisa Ossola, Scientific Officer at the European Commission. She focuses on sustainable finance. Elisa.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Elisa Ossola. I'm a researcher for the European Commission, and today I would like to share with you some results on my research on sustainable finance. So, first of all, when we study the impact of climate change on financial markets, we need environmental data. And in this plot, for a sample of European companies, I reported the number of companies for which the environmental score and emission intensity is available in Bloomberg. It is clear that the information on environmental has been growing a lot during these last 10 years. However, there is still room for improvement in the disclosure, as also Sabine said before. And I would flag that the European Commission is working early on this issue, introducing standards and labels in order to reduce the greenwashing. In a paper, I and my co-author, we also highlight the fact that when we wanted to introduce a greenness indicator at a company level, we need both a quality and a quantity measure of environmental performance for each company. Today, I would also put your attention on the fact that when we talk about climate change, we shouldn't have in mind only environmental issues. Why that? Because, for example, in a paper that I and my co-author published in the Journal of Corporate Finance, we show that high polluting companies performed negative returns around the days of the first global climate strike. And what is interesting in these results is that these results are driven by media and public attention to climate activism. And it is natural to think that if we think about to media and public attention, this attention could be related not only on environmental aspect, but also on social aspects. A next step that the European Commission is working on is thinking to a possible extension of the EU taxonomy regulation in order to include either high polluting activities and activity that has no impact on environmental aspects. The last point that I would like to flag you today is another piece of my research in which we try to answer to the question if the greenness is priced in the European equity market. And what we do in an asset pricing setting, we estimate a time-varying greenium. That is the compensation asked by investors to hold greener and transparent assets. So what we find is that starting from the middle of 2014, the greenium started to decrease and became also negative. So what does it mean? It means that when the transition risk is perceived as higher, the investor accepts lower returns, ceteris paribus, to all the greener and more transparent assets. Now, a crucial question can arise in this setting. How will the greenium be in the future? At the moment, I cannot give you an answer, but if we look to the market, we can observe that agents are working on the direction to obtain a green economy. And what I would like to flag today is also the central role of the financial sector to achieve this goal. Indeed, we can think that the banks are starting to reduce their investment in high-polluting projects. And I think that it is worth a mention to the EU Renew Sustainable Finance Strategy that was just published last July from the European Commission. And these strategies, it is clear how much is important the financial sector, and in particular it is stressed the fact that we need a financial sector that is resilient with respect to climate risk, and we need to think to climate risk as a systemic risk. So we should include it in our risk management process. Thank you.
And last but not least, Lasse Pedersen, Professor of Finance at the Copenhagen Business School. Thank you.
So thanks a lot for having me here. So I will talk about how to invest responsibly and save the world in my 5 minutes. And the first part is based on a paper that just came out in the JFE called Responsible Investing, the ESG Efficient Frontier. So let me just quickly explain what the ESG Efficient Frontier is. So nowadays, investors care about 3 things. They care about the risk of their investment, the expected return, and the ESG score, so the environmental, social, and governance. Let's just say it how green it is. And so economists like to always put things in a 2-dimensional plot, and now we have 3 things here. So what do? Well, we use the insight from finance that risk in return can be summarized in 1 number, namely the Sharpe ratio. So now we're down to 2 things, the Sharpe ratio capturing the expected return divided by the risk, and how green the investment is, the ESG score. So on the x-axis I have how green the investment is. Further to the right is greener. On the y-axis, I have the Sharpe ratio, so higher is better. And every stock out there has, you can think of it as having an ESG score and a Sharpe ratio. But you can also form portfolios of stocks, and that can give you a higher Sharpe ratio even for the same ESG score. And what smart investors will then do is for every possible ESG score, they can find the portfolio that generates the highest possible Sharpe ratio. And that generates this hump-shaped figure. The top of the hump-shaped figure is what we call the tendency portfolio with ESG information. So that's the highest possible Sharpe ratio you can get, and that has some ESG score. Now, the investors who only care about their financial return, they should pick that portfolio. Now, investors who say, well, I actually want a greener portfolio than that, not because of the financial return, but just because I like a green portfolio, they should go out on the top right part. That's what we call the ESG efficient frontier. They should say, I'm willing to accept a lower Sharpe ratio in order to have a greener portfolio. And so we distinguish in the paper 3 types of investors. We call them the ESG motivated. Those are the ones who go out to the right. Then we call it the ESG aware, those who pick the portfolio on the top. The aware meaning that those investors actually recognize that carbon emission and other ESG information actually could be useful information in predicting the profits. It could be that knowing a company is well managed in this way, it tells us that it's going to be more profitable, and they will use that information in a smart way. And then we have a 3rd type of investors. We call them ESG unaware. They don't care about ESG, but also they don't even realize that it could be helpful in predicting the profits. And those investors might achieve some suboptimal portfolio below that curve. So this is all seen from the investor's perspective. But when we have many investors, put them all together, what does the equilibrium look like? So that's the next question in the paper. On the x-axis, we still have the ESG score, but now on the y-axis, we have the equilibrium expected returns. And we show in the paper there are 3 cases. In one case is that most investors in the world are ESG unaware. They don't realize that carbon will be priced perhaps and it will affect the profits of these companies. And therefore, since investors don't realize this, the green companies are not as expensive as they should be. So buying green is a great investment. You can get a green portfolio and you can get a high return. So that's the blue line that's upward sloping. If most investors are ESG aware, they're saying we understand this connection to profits and we therefore gets into the equilibrium price. In that case, there is no connection between ESG and equilibrium expected returns. And in turn, if most investors are ESG motivated, that is, they are saying we really want a green portfolio, whether it's a good investment or not, then in equilibrium it will be downward sloping, that higher, greener companies will tend to deliver lower returns. So then the next question is, does this save the world? And in fact, let's actually make it broader, not just sustainable investment save the world, can anything save the world? And so in particular, I'll compare responsible sustainable investment with a tax, carbon tax, or some rules. And again, the main mechanism that we can think that a responsible investing framework can save the world is through the cost of capital. In other words, the people here on the red scenario, they're not making a mistake. They're saying we're willing to accept a lower return for greener stocks because we realize that lower return, the flip side of that, is that those green firms have a lower cost of capital. So it will be cheaper to invest from the cost of capital perspective in windmills versus coal, and therefore over time we'll build more windmills. Another form of impact from responsible investing is the active ownership, that you can take a seat on the board and really affect these companies more directly. Of course, the carbon tax works through the cost of emission. So if you think about the boardroom discussing what should be the strategy of this company, the carbon tax will directly affect the profit of the company potentially. If they're polluting more, they pay a bigger tax. Whereas sort of the responsible investing is more through the cost of capital, so it's more indirect. The advantage of the responsible investing is that it doesn't require political will. It's something that investors can do on their own. The other frameworks do require political decision. I think probably there's a lot of bureaucracy in getting rid of all this greenwashing and so on. Probably the rule-based approach that I think part of Europe is going down the route of having lawyers make lots of rules. I think probably will be the most heavy on bureaucracy. Probably the tax will be the less of this. I think that many people say, oh, the tax is so difficult, we don't know what it is, what it should be. It's actually easy. We start with a low tax, we keep ramping it up until the emissions is at a good level, just like that's how central banks set interest rates. They don't know what it should be. They start with some interest rate, they will take it up and down to hit inflation. So this is easy. Now, the problem with responsible investing and the rules, we can't really ramp it up or down. We can't say, let's have a bigger effect. We can be responsible or not, but then what if it's not enough? It's more difficult to really hit the right target. And I think I'm out of time, but there's also some issues of supply chains that we can see if it comes up in the Q&A. But I look forward to the discussion with my fellow panelists.
Thank you so much. Again, you will have the time and the opportunity to put questions to the panelists later on, either here in the audience or if you're online as well. But first, Lasse, let me just pick up on something that you said there. Obviously, if all the investors are ESG aware, I think that's what you call them, they would assume that, or they would sort of appreciate, okay, maybe the returns are going to be somewhat lower, but then that only works in a world in terms of incentivizing a company to change its business model if there aren't other very savvy investors whose animal spirits kick back in, they want to make a profit, and we see that happening in real life. I saw an FT article about it, hedge funds stepping in, they're buying beaten down shares, I don't know if they're actually beaten down, but shares of oil and gas companies because they're looking to make a quick buck. In practice, it's very difficult to actually induce that the change in behavior, isn't it?
Yes, I agree with you. I think, first of all, obviously, if everybody does this, it could have a big effect, but everybody will not do it. Even if many people do it, let's say even half of the people, we have a calibration in the paper, and we find that the effect is quite modest because these things are very substitutable. So that is certainly, it will not completely eliminate the effect that there are some investors who are willing to go for the higher returns on the brown stocks, but it will make it very difficult to have a large effect. And that's related to my point about, can we dial it up? Can we find the right level of impact? It's not clear, even if there is a non-zero impact, whereas, a carbon tax, we could, adjust it to the right level. How do we adjust responsible investing to the right level, I think is a difficult task, if not impossible.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I mean, Elisa, you talked a little bit about the greenium, which we see in the equity markets, but also in the bond markets. In the bond markets, you see a lower cost of capital. Is that something that you think will persist? You said before you don't know what the trajectory really is, but at some point, I assume, every bond that will be issued will be green because everyone will sort of have a green footprint. Do you think, if you take a look at the drivers of that greenium, what do you see happening?
So the first thing that I would say is that what does it mean that the economy will be green? It means that the brown sector will disappear or not. So this is the main question around to the fact how will be the greenium in the futures. And moreover, I think that this is linked as driving for the greenium to the ESG preference of our investor. So if all investors think that ESG is a value, then the greenium will become less and less, I guess. And at the end, we should have a new equilibrium in the asset pricing setting. There are several theoretical papers that provide, for example, a sustainable capital asset pricing model that is something different to the classical one, because it considers also the utility function of the investor that consider environmental issues.
It's quite interesting, and I want to bring in the financial industry in the form of UBS, because Sabine, you said before that you don't have to sort of sacrifice returns for doing good. But when you talk to your clients, are they happy to accept the greenium? Are they happy to potentially forego profits or higher returns? Or have you not even seen that so far? I mean, because UBS Wealth Management a couple of months ago said our preferred investment solution for wealth management clients is to invest responsibly. I mean, how has it gone so far, and what is the response from investors?
I would say that you see more and more investors taking choices. That's what I said at the beginning. You have very, very wealthy clients who, from a personal conviction, don't want to invest in something that does not compare to their sustainability expectations. And we are seeing that more and more. And I don't think that it's only the more wealthy client, it's just because it's more evident. I think across our whole client base, we are seeing not only the willing, but the non-willingness of investing their own savings, their own money into something that they don't believe is sustainable for their lives and for their future lives of their kids. So I'm seeing a huge trend in there. And yes, you're right. Would they go as far that they would lose money? I don't know, but there's enough evidence that there's no downside of investing in sustainable. So I think that's what they're very well aware. So I see a strong trend in there.
What I'm somewhat concerned about is if all this money that we're seeing sloshing around, it's going into sustainable assets. We see a lot of sustainable funds. And what if this becomes a crowded trade where, and as we've discussed, returns fall, and then we don't really know if the returns live up to expectations, and what we're seeing is a lot of backlash coming from some of the critics. We've all heard from the likes of, the former executives of BlackRock saying it's just placebo for the markets. The banks are doing this to achieve higher returns. Well, what if we're left with that? We don't really know if it makes a difference. We don't know whether the return is there. Is it just a marketing tool?
So I would say, first of all, the whole notion that you hear a lot and read in the media that there is a bubble, in a way, that's the whole point, that if the green stock prices are higher, again, that means lower cost of capital for windmills, let's say. That's the whole way that it can have an impact. That's, if you really want a green transition, you should hope that this is the case. So this is not a negative, and you should be willing to accept a lower return. And I think perhaps this is the direction we are going. I think for many years there's been a statement in the financial sector that you could get the best of both worlds, and even not just in the short term, it's certainly possible in the short term that investing green is sort of the moral thing, and also as more and more people are going into green, that is a good investment in the short run. But I think the statement has been made that it will always be a good investment, which I think is not true, as this graph shows, that if everybody is trying to do this, prices will be high, returns will be low. But that doesn't mean it's a bad strategy. But it is a bad strategy if people are not honest about it. I think a lot of Wall Street firms, they will say we have two investment products. One is green, one is normal. Then you ask them, so which one has the highest Sharpe ratio? And then most of them will say, well, they have the same Sharpe ratio. They're both great products. They're equally good. They're great products with equal Sharpe ratios. And then you ask, are they identical? No, they're not identical. This one is green. This one is not normal. But then, as a finance professor, you know that neither can be an optimal product, because if you have two things that are not perfectly correlated with the same Sharpe ratio, put them together, they have a higher Sharpe ratio. So why does the normal one, which is unconstrained, it should have a higher Sharpe ratio? Because, and another way of saying that's what my ESG efficient frontier says, that curve is hump-shaped. You cannot have, be 2 points on the frontier that have the same Sharpe ratio. So it's not logically consistent, and I don't think it's long-term sustainable to change the world based on a lie. I think many people are saying, let's tell a lie because that's good for the world become greener. But I don't think that's how you convince investors over the long run. I think a lot of the investors who matter here are institutions, large sophisticated pension plans, high net worth individuals. You're not going to change their investment behavior based on a lie. You're going to change it based on being honest and explaining this is the way the world works. We can use ESG information perhaps to predict profits, and that gives you this portfolio. Sometimes it will be green, sometimes it might be brown. Or you can say, no, we want because we like green, it's a preference thing to have a green portfolio. That might not have the highest return, but
Right. But are you convinced that the lie is that the return, or is not the bigger fear that the lie is that it's really not green? So at the end, I don't think that investors are so concerned about, look, if we invest, there are risks, right? If not, you don't invest. So I don't think that investors need to listen and to hear that it's a lie. I think much more we are fearing about the lie, is it green or not? I think that is the much bigger question. If I go out as a financial institution and say, this is a climate-aware fund, right? How can I trust that this is that climate-aware, and that if I'm investing there, no matter what the risk is, that I get the green I want? And I think that's the lie I think investors are fearing more than the lie about the returns.
Mm-hmm. I think that's certainly...
And lie I don't like anyway, the word, to be honest, but
No, that's the thing you should read in the media, but I think what you don't read in media is this other... I think they're both problematic, that if you're selling a fund which is, if you claim that it's green, it should be green. If you claim that it, to the best of your knowledge, is the highest possible return, it should be, to the best of your knowledge, the highest possible return. Mm-hmm. Now, of course, in finance, the returns are so noisy that the latter is not getting much attention because returns are so random that who knows what has truly the highest Sharpe ratio.
Right, but in a way that's where the regulator comes in, and I know that you work on you're a scientific officer, you don't represent Ursula von der Leyen, but I know, we all know, there are a lot of rules, and you said, I think, 550. It's a lot of rules. Yes. SFDR is something that the asset management industry has to contend with. It's a very important step towards trying to get rid of greenwashing, isn't it?
Yeah,
but it's also a lot of bureaucracy.
It is indeed the clue point of this discussion, because we say that the investor knows what is green and what is not green at the end. Because you say we use two different assets, how you can say that this is green and this is not? So it is really important, the work that not only the European Commission, but all the governments are doing in order to find a similar disclosure, the same standards to define what is green and what is not. Mm-hmm. A first step was done by the EU taxonomy regulation, but it seems not enough. And now there is this discussion on the EU proposal for the Corporate Sustainable Reporting Directive that will enlarge the scope of the non-financial directive. But another clue point that is not covered, I guess, is what about the small and medium enterprises? Because when we think about disclosure, we have in mind companies that are listed and can also invest in disclosing. But what about the other one? So it's really important when we talk about disclosure, we talk about climate change, to have in mind all the agents of the market.
I just want to move on and share with everyone what certain parts of academia is saying about whether sustainable investing can save the planet. Just to quote research here from Blanchard and others, for seasoned publicly listed companies, stock prices seem to have no substantial effect on corporate investment activity. Other research shows from Chava, if you're a really big company, if you have a good ESG rating, you may enjoy a lower cost of capital. It's not sure whether this is down to the investor impact that we're talking about or the superior risk characteristics of those companies. So I know there's a lot more to this in academia, but the point is, and what I've come across is that there's a lot more to be said about the engagement with a company. I think you pointed this out. So the voice element rather than the exit element, so divesting of a company. Is sustainable investing still useful, even if we know whether it's from real-life examples? I guess one of them being, engine number one in ExxonMobil, that was extremely visible in the media, or Third Point and Shell, wanting Shell to be broken up. So whether it's academia or real life, do we still hold on to sustainable investing, even if we don't know what the effect really is?
I mean, I think it's not something for you and I to decide, because every investor invests based on their own preferences, and so, you know, there is a lot of investors who want to invest in green products. So I think it's here to stay for the foreseeable future. I think I personally think it has some effect, but you know, it's hard to see that alone will really meaningfully cut carbon to the kinds of levels that we're hoping for. And so I think the whole political economy that Jean Tirole will talk about later it's also interesting to think about, is this whole sustainable investing framework, is that something that diverts attention so that people forget about doing other things that like you know, a carbon tax that might be needed? Or is it something that really creates a political engagement with the topic that will then make a carbon tax more likely? It's difficult to see. I do think when I hear, you know, all the word taxonomy and all these complicated things, and I envision all the lawyers making, you know, corporate life very complicated in Europe and very inefficient perhaps, I really personally think that going the route of just having tons of lawyers regulating all the companies and first spending years talking about, you know, what do these words mean and what's the legal meaning, and you know, I think that will just take Europe down the path of slow growth and not solve the climate problem in a very effective way. I think the better bargain for Europe would be have a tax, started with it extremely low so nobody minds, and then have an efficient set of regulation that doesn't burden companies, that lets companies do you know, what they're normal. You know, when we talk about rewiring the economy and all these things, I think it makes things too complicated. This is actually not complicated. We don't need to reinvent. You know, we're not going to Mars here. We're not rewiring the economy. We're doing exactly what we've always been doing. We start with a very low tax, and we give it back to people. It's not a money that will disappear. It's actually your own money. You'll get it back, don't worry. And then we slowly increase it, and then it starts to become super profitable to do green things, because, you know, if you can save people this tax, then you can make tons of money, and it'll spark tons of innovation. And I think the reduction in GDP that we'll see will be much less than people think, because people forget that, you know, people can make a COVID vaccine in a year when there's a market for it. And there will be a market for making green stuff when there is this tax to be. People will do anything to avoid a tax. And if there is a green tax to be avoided, it will spark tons of creativity. I think another objection is, oh, it will only work if it's global. This is true. But what does global mean? It means Europe, China, and the US has to agree. It's not that hard. It's not 100 and some countries. And if those three agree, everybody else will fall in line. So it's not really that hard. It's not going to Mars.
Well, thank you so much for that. We'll discuss this in further detail later on today. I just want to give Sabine another chance, because obviously UBS is very committed to sustainable investing. Again, the jury's out whether it will actually make a difference. But you said before in your opening remarks, there's another very important and useful mechanism of steering the economy and the businesses in the right direction, and that is through financing. How important is that as an element?
Financing the transition, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, very important. I think that's part of our sustainable strategy, supporting our companies, the smaller, the bigger, and the very big ones, in the transition from a more brown to a more green business case. And I think there's a lot of financing to be made and investing into innovation to get there. So it's very important. I think it's really the three pillars. It's sustainable products, transition financing, and the real estate aspect, specifically where it makes a difference. Yeah.
All right. Just before we get to the audience questions, and I'm sure that there are many here, do we feel that there might be a rude awakening when we see all these flows going into green funds, into green assets, whether it's in the public markets or in the private markets? Because we've really just talked about the public market mechanism here, but privately there's also going a lot of money into maybe, for example, pre-IPO companies. Might there be a rude awakening at some point, Elisa?
That's really interesting. Yeah, it could be a weakness at some point, I guess. The fact is that we should think to also how private and the public can work together to achieve this goal. So I think that it is based on how much is the effort from all the sides that can help to go in to arrive to this climate neutral transition. As Lasse said before, this is something that we can do.
Sabine, you're not quite sure.
No, I'm just questioning because I'm just asking myself because you talk about awakening or does it really make sense? But at the end, we are all trying to do the right thing for our planet. And maybe elements will succeed, others won't. But I don't think that we should stop any of these activities just because we fear that they might not be as successful. At the end, we are trying to solve an issue where we're all in the same boat. So I don't think that there's a merit for one or the other not succeeding. I know it sounds a bit philosophical, but I think that also boils down, right? Let's try together to make the right thing together.
Yeah.
So maybe there is a bad awakening, but there can be also another innovation that we just have invested, and it shows that it's not so green that we thought, or whatever.
So even if we create asset bubbles on the way, is that a view or a fear that you share?
No, I think it's fine. If green assets have a high price, that's fine. They'll spur investing in those businesses. I don't think of it as a bubble. I think of it as the flip side of people wanting green products. They express their views with put their money where their mouth is, and that benefits the company. So I think bubble is a word that is thrown around a lot, but I don't think it applies in this particular context.
I mean, obviously, you made your case for the carbon tax. Do you think, because we talk about whether sustainable investing is useful or not, could it be a nice, maybe a smoother, more palatable segue into the carbon tax for governments to accept, yeah, we see all investors doing this. You know, this seems to make a lot of sense. And we can get everyone on board. Is that a useful mechanism, potentially?
Yeah, I don't know how politics work so well, but it would be nice if it was. And I do think certainly it's something, it's surprising in a way that we expect investors to solve this, not governments. It seems like it should be a government problem, not an investment problem. But if the government won't fix it, it's a start.
All right, let me stop here because I assume there are a lot of questions. Sabine, unfortunately, will have to leave in a few minutes. Maybe she can, is there a question to Sabine specifically? At this point, let me also check online. We have, there you go, in the back. We have mics here.
There's also one on the left.
Oh, yes.
Thank you for your explanations. I'm wondering how many years you typically grant the company to do the transition to become at least CO2 neutral, if not negative at all?
The time, I think that's something, it depends. I don't think that there's one time, but I think you need to believe in the strategy. Is the strategy the right one? And you need to test the strategy. I think that also then shows, based on targets, if they achieve it. I think that's much more important. What are the milestones to achieve on the strategy, and how credible is the strategy more than the time you give them?
I mean, if I remember correctly, the slide that we've seen from Dr. Kielholz, time is ticking away, and I wonder how much time we are willing to give ourselves to make those changes happen.
I think we have given us too much time anyway already now, right? We know that we don't have time.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think there was a question over there, specifically to Sabine. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yes, specifically to Sabine.
Sorry to put you on the spot here. But
Sabine, what's your favorite ESG product UBS offers?
Oh, that's so easy for me. The key for mortgage, because it's a part of my remit which I develop. So it's a green mortgage.
I saw another one. Over there.
But we can open up, right?
Okay.
Thanks also to Sabine. Maybe a bit a provocative question. I mean, if we assume that individual investors would accept lower returns for their products, would banks also accept lower interest rates for companies they know that invest in green products or that are generally green companies?
Well,
I know it's not that easy, but in
yeah,
general,
but we're seeing that also specifically on the, sorry if I'm going back, but it's an example, the real estate price, right? The question is, how much premium do you give to green real estate? And I think that's a discussion that we are having to understand how far can we go. And so I think we all need to ask our questions on that. So, yeah.
A quick one from Ernst.
So from my own research, I know that maybe the single most important fact in human societies is that people are different. And that means that we have investors that care about the green products, and we have investors that don't care. And the share of investors that don't care is typically substantial, maybe a substantial minority. And that means that, let's say, if many people buy green products, then these products become more expensive, the cost of capital become lower for these green firms, but at the same time, capital is withdrawn from the brown industries, and the brown industries become cheap. And so all the selfish people, so those who don't care, those who don't care for the green products, they have huge opportunities by going into brown industries. And so I wonder whether we can ever have a big impact at the societal level from sustainable investing as long as we have a substantial share, and I strongly believe all the evidence says that as long as we have a substantial share of people who still don't care for the green things. And that's a question to everybody on the podium that I would like to ask you.
All right, I'll let Sabine go. I know she is under time pressure. Who wants to take this?
Yeah, so I totally agree that there are certainly investors who only care about the financial objective, and they will go for the brown assets if those assets have higher returns, and that'll diminish the effect of the green investors, diminish it to perhaps such a level that it's not going to really be enough. So I think that's a very legitimate concern. At the same time, I don't think they will fully undo it. There will be some element left, but it's certainly an important consideration to keep in mind.
Yeah, I agree with your comments. And when you talk about that, I was thinking to the fact that the sustainable investing is not enough per se in order to achieve the goal of climate neutral. So at this point, in order to have a good success, we should also use several policy action, or not only policy action, but other action that can help us to face with these issues.
So I think as one reflection of this issue is, if you think about how you should apply this sustainable investing versus a carbon tax in terms of who's considered brown. So one of the issues in sustainable investing is whether you should think about what's called scope 1, scope 2, or scope 3 emissions. So scope 1 means that your company is itself emitting carbon into the atmosphere. So let's say you're burning oil to produce electricity. And so those are the kinds of companies that would be paying a carbon tax, and only those companies. And then there are other companies that, let's say, buy the electricity that is made with this oil, and so they have what's called scope 2 emissions, or are buying their products or selling cars to other people who will then burn. That's called scope 3. Now, the normal way that we think as economists is to fix an externality is that if somebody is polluting, then you should tax the externality, which is the actual process of submitting carbon into the atmosphere. And so that's how a carbon tax would presumably work. But if we think about sustainable investing, actually most investors, they say, no, we should think about the whole supply chain. We should think about not just is this company itself emitting carbon, but did they buy products that were, and what, that difference tells me that why is there that difference? Is it because that what could work is you just don't invest in the people who emit carbon. That increases the cost of capital for, let's say, energy producers. Energy prices goes up, and it filters through the supply chain. And by itself, sustainable investors shouldn't have to worry about scope 2, scope 3, because the price mechanism will fix it. But if you think, no, this actually doesn't work very well, we have to also think about scope 2 and scope 3, because we haven't affected electricity prices, because then you're kind of admitting almost that you don't think your mechanism really works that well, so you're trying to apply it more broadly to hope it still works some. And again, if a lot of investors will only consider a very small part of the economy brown and change the prices of those, they will also change the price less, because that means that the investors you're talking about who will jump on to the high returns, if they only have this tiny part of the economy to buy, it'll be really difficult to have an effect. So you need actually a large part of the investors are doing it, and the large part of the investors have to make big shifts across their entire portfolio, not just a tiny part of their portfolio, to have any hope of an effect.
I have another corresponding question here from the audience. Are dirty companies not simply forced off the stock market because of sustainable investing? So, maybe they say the scrutiny is too big. I'm going to go private, or maybe I won't even do the IPO that I planned after all, because first of all, I don't want to be considered that's my interpretation of the question, but I don't want to be seen as or considered a brown company, or even if I'm in transition, well, there's a lot of scrutiny on my transition path. So maybe I just stay private. Maybe the public market is primarily green, but the private market isn't so much. What if we get the arbitrage situation?
Yeah, so I think you're right that there's more scrutiny in the public market. I think what some people also maybe think that, if everybody sells the shares, then this company can't exist. But that's actually not true, right? Because for every seller, there is a buyer. Once the company is there, it's not, sustainable investor is not going to make the company go away, whether it's public or private. The company is there, it already has the capital. What sustainable investing can hope to affect is which company can build a new factory and which company will have to let their factories depreciate over time. So it's something that has a hope of having an effect over time, but it's not something that will immediately shut down the brown companies, because you can try to sell your shares, but if you sell them, there will be some buyers, or you don't manage to sell them, then you're stuck with the shares. But either way, the shares are there.
Right.
Yeah, I think that also another piece of puzzle that could be important in this point is that the reputation of the brown companies in order to achieve the transformation. So we should think that a brown company is, even if it is private, it can be interesting to change its process and to try to insert adaptation and mitigation strategies in their process in order to reduce or to improve its reputational perspective.
Mm-hmm. I think we're slowly but surely running out of time, but I want to come back to some of the audience questions which got the most likes. This is not Facebook or whatever it's called now. This one got a lot of likes. What is the role of central banks regarding sustainable investing? I know that there are certain central banks out there which think it should deserve a larger role. Some say we need to stick to our mandate of price stability. Any views on that? Are certain, and again, my interpretation, my addition to this question, are certain central banks overstepping their mandate?
I think there is a political push in some circles to, get these green mandates in through the back door in various ways. And so central banks, to the extent they regulate commercial banks, they can, perhaps restrict lending to brown companies and so on. I would say that would be overstepping the mandate of central banks. And I think it's going down the path of the lawyers rather than the path of the more efficient pricing. I think central banks could, to the extent that they're making a fair assessment of systemic risk and taking climate risk into the systemic risk to the stress test, I think that's certainly legitimate. But it shouldn't be, making an unrealistic case for political reasons. I think it should be a realistic stress test. And also in that connection, the transition risk could be important, because if we have suddenly a carbon tax, for instance, even before we have all the hurricanes or whatever, then that could have a big effect on companies, and that could have affect banks, the financial system. And to make a carbon tax feasible, we have to know that we are not going to wreck the economy. So to do the calculation in advance, to do the stress test, and to say, look, the economy will be fine if we do this. Again, I think the way to do it is to start low and ramp it up slowly. But even aside from that, I think preparing the financial sector for this through stress tests is certainly a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, indeed, the Renew Sustainable Finance Strategies as a stronger pillar on the fact that the European Central Bank has to develop climate stress that incorporates climate risk in its as a systemic risk. Moreover, we can also mention the network of central banks that are working on this stuff in order to include climate risk as a systemic risk, not only in stress testing, but also in climate scenario analysis. So they have a crucial role in that sense. Yeah.
Are there any further questions in the audience? Yeah, over here. It's just if you can pass it.
See if this works. So I'm wondering, I've heard green and brown companies in terms of sustainable investing. And I'm just wondering, if we talk about economics for society, I mean, the term of sustainability, shouldn't that be extended maybe also to labor, to income, and to making society empowered to make sustainable decisions, purchase decisions?
I agree with you, because one of the slides that I presented before, I said that it is really important to think to climate change, not only focus on environmental issues, but also on social aspects, like, for example, labor market and whatever. So this is another point that should be emphasized in this transition, because in some sense we are trying to find a new equilibrium between sustainability and the economic growth that can be defined through all these social aspects.
Before we wrap this up, we asked you to take part in the poll, and let's see the poll result, because it's quite interesting to see what you thought before the discussion. I'm curious to know whether you actually thought after the discussion whether you would change your mind, but what do you think is the most promising measure to stop global warming? Most of you said overwhelmingly carbon tax. 21 said emissions trading scheme, 28 slightly higher than the cap and trade, sustainable capital markets investment. Quite interesting. We know some sort of government intervention will be needed, I guess. Up for discussion is how it should be structured. You say it should start quite low and then we should ramp it up. You could also argue, well, maybe it's too low in the first place. If it's too low in the beginning, it really won't make a difference, which is what we're seeing in many, many countries. But we'll have plenty of time during this afternoon's sessions to discuss that further. I want to thank everyone for their time and attention and their participation, and I want to thank both of you and Sabine in her absence for this panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope everyone had a nice coffee break. Once again, we want to start with another poll question, a really interesting one, I think. Go to www.menti.com if you're not there yet. This is what it is. What percentage of personal income are you willing to give up in order to achieve the Paris Agreement of less than a 2-degree Celsius rise in temperatures? 0 to 1%, 2 to 5, 6 to 10, 11 to 20, or more than 20%. Personally, I have to give it a little bit of thought here. Maybe some of you do too, but this poll question will be live for the next half hour or so. And on that note, let me hand things over to Martin Meyer, who is the chairman of the sounding board of NZZ. Also, he's the chairman of the Swiss Institute of International Studies at the University of Zurich, who will be moderating the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carolin, for this very nice introduction. It's always a pleasure to be here, fascinating at this forum for many, many years. It's a highlight in the November, also with this beautiful weather, even to come here in the new Congress House under the benevolent guidance of our friend, Professor Ernst Fehr, makes it even more attractive. This tradition, for sure, is as sustainable as it is environmentally friendly. So, the topic of this round is set. We all know what's going on. And we have 3 eminent scientists here on the panel. I hope that the debate will be at the same time lively and controversial, but also civilized and peaceful. With this topic, it's always given, and sometimes the fights are really heavy. Not today. Our guests will each give a short statement before we enter our debate of about 30 minutes. Then you, ladies and gentlemen, have, of course, as always, the possibility to ask questions, however, not for longer than exactly for 9 minutes. This is my timeline, and then it's finished. Let me quickly introduce our guests. First, Bjørn Lomborg, born in Frederiksberg, is a Danish scientist, writer, and president of the think tank Copenhagen Consensus Center. He became internationally known for his best-selling book, The Skeptical Environmentalist, in 2001. His newest book, False Alarm: How Climate Change Panic Costs Us Trillions, Hurts the Poor, and Fails to Fix the Planet, is again widely discussed, not always in a consensual way. Of course, you hoped for that. Anyway, welcome in Zurich.
Thank you. Do you want me to go?
No. Rick van der Ploeg, born in Rotterdam, is a Dutch economist and professor for economics at Oxford University. Earlier in his career, he was also a politician and served as a member of parliament for the Dutch Labour Party. From 1998 until 2002, he was State Secretary for Culture and Media in the government of Prime Minister Wim Kok. Welcome, Rick. Glad to have you here. Last but not least, Lucas Bretschger, born in Zurich and therefore a homegrown genius, is since 2003 professor of economics and resource economics at the ETH Zurich at the Department of Management, Technology and Economics, and a specialist also on greening economy as well as climate economics and policy. He publishes widely, recently also on the impacts of the corona pandemic. Welcome, Lucas, here at home. Ladies and gentlemen, each of the gentlemen here on the stage will give now a short introduction of about 5 minutes, and then we will enter the discussion here on the panel. Bjørn, you might start, please.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here, and thank you for the invitation. I should just say the question that you're going to answer on how much you're going to be willing to pay of your personal salary, we can actually track your phone. Anyway, no, that's not true. But it'll be interesting to see how you might change your comments, right? So what I'd like to talk about is what's the cost, the social cost of climate change? What we all know is that it means costly damages.
climate has real negative, costly damages. But we also have to remember that climate policy has real and costly damages. And so what I just want to use my 5 minutes to really talk about is how do we think smartly about how to put those two things together. This is basically what climate economics has been working on for the last 30 years. This is what William Nordhaus got his Nobel Prize for. So I'm basically going to describe to you how you might also get a Nobel Prize. And I see Tirole is not interested. I already got one. But apart from that, so let me just show you very quickly. Nordhaus basically makes a model and says, what would happen if we do nothing? How much would that cost us in terms of impacts? And what he finds is this would cost $140 trillion in today's money. Obviously, there's a whole slew of assumptions behind this, and I'm sure we'll get into that. But I just want you to see sort of the general point instead, because I think that's a much more useful conversation if we're going to know how to think about climate. $140 trillion, that's a lot of money. That's a truckload of money. That's more than a whole year worth of the global economy right now. If we reduce temperatures down to 3.5 or 3 or 2.5, his model can only go to 2.15, which probably also sounds pretty correct. The damages go smaller and smaller, as you'd expect. This, I think, is the picture of how we think about climate change today. Lower temperatures, less damages. That's absolutely true. But we forget that to get to those temperatures, we also have to pay a policy cost. Now, the policy cost, obviously, of no policy is zero. If you start reducing, so let's say we go down to 3.5 degrees, you actually have to introduce some sort of costly policy to reduce everyone to spend less or emit less CO2. You do that with a global carbon tax. We talked about that before. You start off with $36 per ton of CO2. You end up by the end of the century with more than $130 or $40, I believe. This obviously requires everyone in the world to play ball, but we're just assuming right now. If you say 3 degrees, if you want to get to 2.5, it starts getting really expensive. And at 2.15, it's an eye-watering $177 trillion. The point here is we have to pay both. We can't just say, oh, we have to pay the climate damages, but not the climate policy costs. Of course, we have to pay both. And so Nordhaus' insight, and really the whole conversation here that economics brings to the table is to say, look, these are the choices that we have for our costs. These are the climate costs. But we also have to pay the other ones. No cost for the no policy, but then they start increasing up here. And the simple and I think brilliant insight from climate economists is simply to say, given that we have to pay both, we should focus on where we can pay the least in total. That is, where does this hurt the minimum of all the things? And that turns out, in Nordhaus' model, to be this. The optimal outcome is 3.5 degrees. Notice how this is a very, very different outcome from what we normally hear. Because if you hear that it's only climate damages that matter, you're very likely to say, well, then we should reduce down to 2 degrees or 1.5. That's the whole political conversation right now. That makes sense if that's the only cost. But there's another cost, namely the policy cost. If we have to do both, we have to have a much less harsh policy, because if we do too harsh of a policy, we might actually end up doing too much bad. I think this is a good conversation starter. It's by no means the end of the conversation, but it is an interesting one. So I just amended my talk, and I just have 20 seconds left, but I just wanted to let you know, you heard earlier on that, that global warming could cost 20% of GDP. And that was also what the former head of Swiss Re said. It's based on a phenomenally bad climate report from Swiss Re. They basically took the academic estimate and multiplied by 10. I've shared that out on Twitter, and you can see all the links there if you're interested. But I just wanted to show you this one graph, or this one picture, which is from the UN Climate Panel, because I happen to think that evidence actually still matters, and we should be looking at what is actually the cost of global warming. And the UN Climate Panel in 2018 in their 1.5 degree report told us this. This is on page 256 if you want to look it up. You can also see the link there. And what they tell us is, under the no policies baseline scenario, temperatures rise by 3.66 degrees by 2100, resulting in a global gross domestic product loss of 2.6%. This is important, because saying it's 20% obviously means that you're willing to give 10% of your income to fix a 20% problem. If the real problem is 2.6%, which is what the UN Climate Panel and the evidence tells us, you would probably be less likely to give away 10% of your income to fix it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bjørn.
Oh, don't walk back.
Bjørn, in fact, is really an eager Twitterer. We all read his tweet 2 hours ago about this. That's fantastic. You go on. Perfect. Now, I think it's your turn, Rick, and you probably will agree to disagree.
Well, we'll have a debate. I'll first tell my story.
Okay.
I do have I will come back in the debate. So I've been. Thank you very much for asking me, and it's extremely kind. We already had a lovely evening, but I'm learning much more today. So I'm going to talk a bit about a lot of the costs that are ignored in the Nordhaus model. So I'm going to talk about the political economy costs. So before I do that, I just want to. So actually, the costs are even higher than Bjørn has just suggested. So the first thing, I just want to give a bit of a view on what we need to do in an ideal world, and then I'll tell you why it's not happening in an ideal world. So the idea is we want to get to net zero. So it's not 3 degrees. We want to get to net zero because we want to temperature goes with cumulative emissions. So we want to have sure that if there are still some firms emitting, they must take compensating actions like CO2 capture or taking CO2 out of the air or something like that, or putting it in the ground. But it must go to net zero by, say, 2050. That's what we've signed up for. That's a much tougher target that comes out of Nordhaus's model. So we have a lot of things. We don't even measure it properly. So my friend Hans Hogevoort is the president of the IFRS. But IFRS is enormously lacking. So we need consistent accounting standards to really know what we're about. Secondly, there are a lot of no-brainers. Nowadays, the world is about 7% subsidies for fossil fuel industries. It's completely 7% of world GDP goes to subsidies for coal, gas, and oil. So this is as stupid as you can get. So the first no-brainer is not to price carbon, but just to get rid of these ridiculous subsidies. That measure of 7% is not my measure, it's estimated by the IMF. Not a left-wing green institution. So it's just a very sensible institution. I think we need many more moratorium. So there should be a moratorium on coal production per today. Not just for China, but also in our own countries. The Netherlands, where part of me comes from, and Germany, they still have coal-fired power stations. But maybe also what the UK has done, say by 2030, there are no diesel or petrol cars allowed to be sold anymore in the UK, etc., etc. Then what we need is you want to lock people into a different type of economy. No longer this dirty Neanderthal economy based on coal, gas and oil, but an economy based on wind, solar, batteries, and you name it. So you really want people to stop investing in the old dodgy investments, and you want to start them investing in green investments. So you need a credible path of carbon pricing. Start high, maybe 100 euros per ton of CO2. Let it grow around 3.5% per year. And then it will go up automatically, and put it in your constitution if you want. And that'll give a credible signal for people to kind of move lock, stock and barrel from that direction of technical progress to another direction of technical progress. That's absolutely crucial. Without these carbon prices, there won't be a market for carbon capture, there won't be green R&D, there won't be substitution away from dirty products. Then I think, as it has already been said before, we need to put up a race for green R&D. Just like we've done for the vaccines. If we were successful with them 1 year, if all countries get together with private enterprises, set up a patent race to get the kind of some new stuff going. I haven't got time to go into details, but that's crucial. Another thing is that a lot of these green technologies, they're not mature. They're very immature, not immature like my girlfriend says I am, but they're immature in the terms of the fact that the market is not developed. So every time you double the amount of solar panels installed, every time you double the amount of batteries being used, every time you double the amount of windmills being used, the cost per windmill, the cost per solar panel, and the cost per battery drops between 20 and 40%. Every double, so think about it. So that's not captured by the market. So that's a kind of what we economists call learning by doing externality. So that's just as much a market failure as the failure to price emissions. So we really must also subsidize those kind of green R&D until it becomes a mature technology. So that's basically in the technology world is known as Swanson's law. Then finally, we need to have some flywheel effects going on. So there are Greta Thunbergs. A lot of it, let me put it in non-economic terms. This green transition is full of chicken and egg externalities. What do I mean by chicken and egg? If I make a lot of charging stations in my neighborhoods, suddenly there's more demand for electrical cars. So they have a bigger run of production electrical cars, so electrical cars get cheaper and charging stations get cheaper. And then you get a vicious spiral that, not a vicious, a virtual spiral that things get cheaper and cheaper all the time. So we need complementary policies. So around Europe, we have carbon pricing, but then the steel industry, the cement industry, and the aluminium industry, they complain. All what will happen is you just import dirty steel from India or from China. So they really, and on the basis of that, nobody in Europe, none of the big polluters pay any permits. They don't pay a carbon price. They said, because it's not, you can't do it, because if you tax us, you will just tax even dirtier stuff from abroad. So what we need around Europe is a climate wall. So what that means is like in economics, it's called a border tax adjustment. So it really means that you say that if dirty stuff comes in, you tax it on the border so to create a level playing field. So that's the first thing. And without doing it, you're not going to get anything done. And secondly, we need to deal with the yellow vest protests. They're not just in France, they're everywhere. So if you price carbon, if you do a green transition, it will be very expensive, particularly for the poorest people in society. So we need to use some of the revenue. It's not a tax, it's a shifting of taxes from good stuff, from bad stuff to good stuff, and we need to use some of the revenue to compensate the poorest. I would like to make a warning that climate policy is a relatively modest problem. It's an important problem, but there are many other issues on the table, like terrorism, AI, artificial intelligence, viruses, biodiversity issues, so they all need to be tackled as well. But so we shouldn't be too alarmist, but we should act now. Because so why doesn't it happen? And this is my last slide. So, and I'm saying this, having been a past politician. So I think politicians are known for two things. Well, mainly they're known for being fickle. So politicians are fickle because they like two things best. One thing, they want to be popular. They want to win elections. So if there's something nasty to be done, something unpopular to be done, they push it into the future. And secondly, if there's something to be taxed, the Prime Minister calls you in your office and say, no. That's not going to win us the election. So they'd rather have hugely expensive subsidies, which may be much more expensive than having a correct price signal, like having a correct carbon tax like that. So as a result of these properties of politicians, and as a result of being susceptible to corruption and capture of policies, we get a whole lot of distortion of policies. So we have no carbon pricing in the world, a little bit in Europe. But if you look again at Nordhaus, he calculated the average price per ton of carbon is $1.7. The reason is that most of carbon pricing, even in Sweden, is only for a small part. The coverage is very, 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 very small. And many countries don't even have carbon pricing. Secondly, I already said you have these high fossil fuel subsidies. Thirdly, you have too many green subsidies. So there is something like in healthcare, I used to be involved in healthcare, and then we have these thing called QALYs. So that's, you do a bang per buck. What is the number of quality adjusted life years you can get from spending €1 on a medical procedure? And then you want to equalize that a bit because then you're spending your money okay. Now, if I know it for the Netherlands and the UK quite well, but if you look at the bang per buck, so how much does it cost to reduce emissions by 1 ton? It varies hugely between agriculture, industry, housing, etc. And it varies hugely per type of measure. But let me tell you, if you have a quota, that always has an implied shadow price. It has an implied carbon price. And you can calculate those things. And what you see is there are huge differences. There's a huge amount of low-hanging fruit to be picked in kind of trying to equalize them a little bit. That's not being done. It's just up for the picking. Then another thing is, because politicians are fickle, they wait and wait and wait. In the meantime, the music for the fossil fuel industry is playing, so everybody's dancing. They're pumping like hell. But they know at one point these politicians will wake up or green technology will catch up. So what they do is they pump up even more than they would have done. And as a result of that extra pumping, they're accelerating global warming. And that's called the green paradox. So that's a result also of fickle politicians. Finally, and I will be short on that, because it's been discussed in the previous panel, there's a huge risk of stranded assets. So those people who are still investing in fossil fuel industry because of fickle politicians will be caught with their pants down. At some point, the music will stop, and then they've invested in the wrong stuff, and investors will be cut. So prudent investors, and that's why Mike Carney and Madame Lagarde have been arguing this point of stranded financial assets a long time and see it as part of their fiduciary responsibilities. So one way of tying the hands of future governments is a point made by Norwegian economists, but it's Bart Harstad. But the idea is you can use green technological investments, and if they have what economists call strategic complementarities, you can tie the hands of future politicians. So then you get these credible, more longer-run policies. And don't get me wrong, we need our longer-run policies to tackle this issue. If you don't do all of that, and all these things stay on the table, then every year delay, and also using those wrong type of policies, will make the goal of reaching 1.5 degrees Celsius more and more expensive. It's the same with the vaccines. Every day delay or every week delay, it usually makes the problem bigger for the corona pandemic. It's the same thing for climate change, although admittedly, maybe you're not talking about days, you're talking about years. But the same principle is there. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon. What should I have here? Well, let me make some additional points and take up some points which have already been alluded to. First of all, I want to say we need to focus on technology. The world is not static, it's extremely dynamic. And climate policy shapes an important technology race. If you look at energy technologies, we are even living in a revolution. Look at the cost development on the slide. Cost of key technologies have dropped dramatically only since 2010 by more than 80% for solar PV, by more than 45% for onshore wind, and by an insane 90% for lithium-ion batteries. It was a remarkable development has constantly been misperceived. We know the cost will continue to fall. In fact, the 2020s, I predict that, will be one of the most disruptive decades in the history of energy industry. None of this means that policy is unimportant. It's quite the opposite. In all cases in the past, policy has actually kicked off and then accelerated development. The early electric cars were built to comply with clean air policy in California. Norway has promoted electric cars via its tax policy. No major environmental policy has been solved without a policy. No environmental problem has been solved without a policy. Why should these policies now not be beneficial when there are so many economic opportunities? United States, EU, China, they have basically confirmed their ambitions. Is it now wise to bet against this policy? Is it wise to speculate on policy failure, to be lagging in technology? Rather not. Investments in conventional energy and fossil companies have shown a very bad performance in the last years. Moreover, damages and impact of emissions have been underestimated by prominent economic models. This is what you see on the right-hand side. We see a significant difference between natural science models in red and the prominent DICE model from economics, the single line. There is a big distance, as you can see. This shows that the benefits of climate policy have been underestimated. So when climate effects are in fact bigger, the reduction is of course more beneficial. Now, what about development? We have calculated development on the stringent climate policy. When we aim, say, at the net zero in 2050, we have calculated development of the world economy under a stringent climate policy, which is marked in green. The business as usual is presented in light brown. It would mean a world without any climate change. So obviously this is just from comparison. I show it only to make clear how small the economic impact is of a stringent climate policy on a global level. Without the climate change, we would have an annual growth rate of 3%, with stringent climate policies 2.75%. So the difference is very small. It's only 0.25 percentage points. And it's actually very conservative. It could even be smaller. And this is only happening during the transition to a clean economy. So the economic growth is always positive with a flexible market economy, if you do it wisely. The development is just slightly delayed. The lower red path shows development if we reduced all current economic activities proportionally. This is neither needed nor very wise. It's not a very smart way of proceeding, even if it's sometimes advocated. It's more like the shock thing we did in the pandemic. So this would lead us into degrowth. This is the red area. Lower wages, lower incomes, less health provision. This is neither needed nor broadly supported, especially in less developed countries, but not only there. On the right-hand side of the slide talks about other benefits of the policy. And one of the most prominent, often forgotten, is health. So air pollution is one of the greatest environmental risks to health, and it's parallel to burning fossil fuels. Air pollution causes 7 million premature deaths a year, and there's only mortality. There is also morbidity effects. Exposure to polluted air in cities is like smoking a pack of cigarettes a day. This needs to be addressed. Climate policy is very effective in this respect. Then we have noise reduction, domestic job and income creation, lower CO2 exposure. These all come as additional benefits of climate policy. To sum up, stringent climate policy has a favorable cost-benefit ratio. However, this does not mean that its implementation in real politics is easy, rather the opposite. There is ample incentive for free riding. In addition, there are complex and long-run issues which are usually not well understood and which are difficult to discuss. So we still have to walk a very rocky road. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I think it is sufficiently clear what your positions are, and you have now the opportunity to fight each other with good arguments or even better ones. But before we start this discussion, I would like to address another question. We are in the midst of the Glasgow Climate Summit. Could you comment a little bit on what is your impressions, what's happening there? I mean, we have comments from Biden of his climate czar, John Kerry, and Greta, of course, as always, and she calls it till now a huge blah, blah, blah. So is it that? Can we say we have opportunities to go on with that, or will it end more or less as Paris ended? Maybe, Lucas, you start with that.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to get this question because there is some misunderstanding what actually a COP is and what it can achieve and how it works. So can you provide you a bit an inside perspective there?
Please.
You know, the climate delegations of the different countries, there are highly skilled and educated people working very hard in the preparation, during the meetings and afterwards. But what is the reference point of these people? It is not global welfare or science directly, it's national politics. It's their own governments, their own parliaments, their own lobbies. They have a mandate and they live in their mandate. So it's not that we have an international parliament doing now environmental policy, deciding on a carbon tax. It's 200 times national policies. Can you grasp how complicated it is? Even worse, decisions have to be unanimous. Now you can see you have so different countries, oil exporting countries, rather clean countries, then you have small island states, very, very heterogeneous crowd. Everybody has to be on board in the end. It's almost impossible to do that. So this is just to tell you that you should not have too high expectations. If you want your country to go there and to have something achieved, you have to give your own delegation the mandate to do so. But the work at the COP itself, it's super tough. You know, there are drafting exercises. We have, say, a text for a decision, and you have different paragraphs, and everybody in the room has to agree on exact the same wording. Shall, should, here and there, and it's amazing. And then you have some countries which are blocking constantly, and I don't know what happened in Paris to make them silent, but somehow it happened, but usually they are coming up, and they basically are not constructively discussing. So don't have a too high expectation of what's coming, but at the current stage, I would still say if we can confirm Paris goals, if we can do something in climate finance, I would say it is an achievement, but then the action has to be at home in your country. You have to force your own government. If you don't achieve that, we cannot do it at the COP.
Absolutely, thank you. That's an important answer, because in the end, the single most important question is how we do it politically. How is it politically feasible to go through that? If we look at China, at India, United States too, I mean, there are really different opinions on that. And one goal is, of course, science and a good Mother Earth, and the other is really national interests, as we see China already preparing for the next cold and storing carbon and so forth, the support of electricity. Rick, please.
So first, the optimistic note. I mean,
Yeah,
we've had 40 years of terrible summits. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the story of Lucas is perfectly fine. But the two optimistic notes are methane. So methane is, it comes from the earth, from agriculture, from land waste, from cattle, burping and farting. But it's highly aggressive. A factor maybe 10, 20 times more aggressive than CO2 in terms of temperature increases. So people say they do something about it, but the biggest emitters are not on the table. Second thing that there is some positive hope is deforestation, or forestation if you want. That's extremely important because trees absorb CO2. So, and that's it's a natural way of absorbing CO2 and preventing global warming. So every time you knock down rainforests, that's bad for everybody. So, and even Brazil signed up. But I fear, and I think that if we look back 5-10 years later, that it were all nice agreements, but then in the end it will all be flouted and things like that. So that's my story. So the reason is that why it's so complicated is that it's and I'm sure Jean Tirole will talk about it in his talk on the international parts. That is, it's a double externality. It's a double problem for economists. It's the biggest international externality on the planet. So you have these huge international free rider problems. So everybody would like everybody else to cut emissions, but not themselves. And secondly, it's a big intergenerational ask, because you're asking current generations to make sacrifices for future generations. And so you really need to find a way of compensating the current generations by running up debt and giving transfers from future generations to current generations. And you need to find ways of transferring bribes, if you want, or transfers to those countries that emit a lot. But imagine what that takes. You're asking then in your own country to say, look, we're giving Russia a lot of money to stop them producing too much gas, or we're giving the Gulf countries a lot of money to bribe them not to stop emissions. I mean, it doesn't pass the political smell test. It's not going to happen, is it? So that's why it's very complicated, and we need more clever mechanisms.
Thank you.
I leave that for Jean Tirole.
Thank you also that you referred to Nordhaus's free riders, because it's a very important problem. Yeah. People who profit from that are doing nothing because the coasts are still national. Bjørn.
Yeah, so I think the whole point is, it's COP26. We've had 25 before, exactly. And there's a reason why this is incredibly hard. And fundamentally, it's just not a political winner to say, let's all get together, promise stuff we don't want, and then go home and actually deliver it to help future generations in a far-off time. That's just an incredibly hard political sell. So the reality is, and I find this vastly underreported, but the UN Environment Programme actually did a study where they assessed, what was the impact of the 2010s, so our last decade of climate policy? And their conclusion was it was a lost decade. This was the decade where we had Paris, remember. They say they can't tell the difference between what actually happened with emissions and if we had not cared about climate at all since 2005. This tells you something. This tells you that you hear all these amazing stories coming out of one more summit where we promised all these things, and I agree, the methane could actually be a good idea, but it's really just on the margin. What I showed you before on Nordhaus, this is the kind of stuff that would be really smart to do. But even if we do it really smart, it's not going to matter very much. And so I totally agree with Lucas on the point. This is going to be solved by innovation. And let me just give you this very, very briefly. If somebody comes up with a technology that is cheaper and just as reliable as fossil fuels right now, the whole world switches, we're done, we don't talk more about climate change. That's not entirely true, but it's roughly true. If we get the innovation right, we fix this problem. If we don't get the innovation right, We probably don't. And that's why innovation really is the crucial bit in figuring this problem out.
Thank you. Till now, it's a little bit too harmonious for me, but we will spice it up, hopefully. And we're going back to your slide of, well, going back to your slide also of the Nordhaus figures. So you claim 3.5 degrees, right? At the end of the century.
So the point here is, and this is the difference between sort of political policy analysis and a straight up economic analysis. Everybody talks about, oh, we need to go net zero. Do anyone have any sense of how much that's going to cost? Well, we actually have two studies. So New Zealand went net zero, or decided they were going to go net zero. They asked their preeminent economic institution to find out how much will this cost us. The average answer was, they had three different scenarios. The average answer is 16% of their GDP by 2050. There's a new study in Nature that couldn't quite get to 100%. It went to 95% of Biden's promise. It would cost 11.9%. Just to get a sense of proportion, that's $11,300 per person per year in the US in 2050. Remember, the average, there's not a majority in America right now for a $24 cost for climate. So I'm very interested to see what you guys are promising, but it's certainly not reflective for most parts of the world. So we're simply setting ourselves up to fail if we believe that we're going to get anywhere near net zero with these kinds of costs. That's going to cost yellow vest all over, except if we get innovation.
I think we can agree on that. This is for hypocrites a little bit, this net zero.
It's not a little bit, it's phenomenally hypocritical.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, whatsoever, it's also, it has maybe slightly a religious aspect on the whole background on it, But we forgot now your 3.5%. 3.5 degrees, sorry. This is enormous amount. I informed myself. Last time this happened was in the Pliocene, so millions and millions of years ago. And researchers tell us that if it goes up to 3.5, 1 billion people will die because it's so enormously hot that they cannot cope with that anymore. Maybe let the other gentleman comment on that a little bit.
I would like to comment on, maybe, okay, Nordhaus is the godfather of climate economics, but the numbers you give are now thoroughly out of date. I mean, because they're academically out of date and they're politically irrelevant. They're politically irrelevant because countries have signed up to 1.5, whether they like it or not, and I agree with you that's going to be very costly, and they have not signed up to 3.5 degrees. And then the reason why it's academically out of date, there's a lot of excellent work done by Michael Greenston and Solomon Ishyang, and they've got a climate where they, for the first time, they really try to estimate econometrically the cost of climate change. The damages that are in the Nordhaus model, they are really made up. I'm sorry to say, they are really based on some kind of study somewhere on Indonesia in 1955, and then they're blown up. It doesn't pass any rigorous academic tests. So, but the work of Michael Greenston and others do, and then what they show is that their damages from global warming are affected 10 times, 12 times higher than those of Nordhaus. So then, if you do optimal policies with their damages, you would go to roughly about 1.5 degrees Celsius.
Okay, but the number still is frightening.
And then secondly, what's missing in these analyses and what drives some of the urgency to just have a bit of debate is that Nordhaus doesn't really allow for uncertainty. We have at least about 9 important tipping points, risks of tipping. So that's only these ice sheets are melting. That takes a long time before they melt. The reversal of the Gulf Stream, the melting of the permafrost, and then if that melts, then a huge amount of methane comes out. And the reason why scientists, not economists, say let's try to stay below 1.5 degrees, because then these risks of these tipping points being unleashed is being kept manageable. And that's why people, it's not a welfare measure, it's just a kind of a resilience measure. So you could argue that economists have thought too much about maximizing welfare, and we should talk about economies being resilient. And that's what this 1.5 degrees is roughly trying to do.
Yeah, okay. Lucas and then Bjørn.
Yes, I think we should distinguish when we talk so prominently about Nordhaus contribution is the optimal solution here. we should distinguish between the respect for an academic achievement, for being a pioneer, for making these things available to the whole community. This was actually was honored, but with his numbers, I agree with Rick here, this is outdated, and some people made the effort to update the original model with some assumptions with more recent data, and they come up with something which is much closer to the official policy goal. So there I can say many things have already been alluded to. Well, what is not in the Nordhaus model, damage functions is not correctly done. Risk is not in, discounting is a big issue. This was the big debate with Nick Stern in the United Kingdom. I mean, we have, how do we treat future generations? Are really less worse than we are today? I talked about dynamics, this is all something which comes out of the blue in the Nordhaus model, even population growth. We have actually integrated all this. And then there's so many elements which are not in there. And then I just want to ask you another thing. Abatement cost. How much is it? How much does it cost to emit 1 ton of CO2? When you look at electric cars, it is more costly to put the first electric car on the road when all the other cars are ICE cars, or the last. When all the other cars are already electric, you put still the last car. You place where is the cost higher? Of course, in the beginning, it's much more difficult to start this process. So many scale and network effects. And the last one is easy because everybody else has already changed. And in Nordhaus, if you look up, it's exactly the opposite. It's steeply increasing cost. This is incorrect, has a big impact on the outcome. And then I wanted to comment on the last thing, because I'm already taking the floor.
Clear, what you're saying that it's very misleading.
It is misleading. Okay, then I'm well. Then I say, thank you.
Should we correct that or not?
No,
we let it be like this.
We let it be.
Yeah, afterwards at the coffee break,
incorrect,
you can
whatever.
discuss
Exactly.
this.
So I'm not a fan of political correctness. So
Okay.
the last thing is what actually came up before. Nothing has happened so far correct. If you look at official statistics, I think development is under the surface. This is why I believe in the 2020s many things will happen. They have been prepared before, but we don't see them. People look through a straw, they cannot see what's going on, but I will promise that much more will come. And it's not independent of policy. Policy is important to start and to accelerate, but so far we did not deliver, absolutely.
Okay. What are the most...
Sorry,
okay.
I got
You have to, shortly. Good.
Yes.
Okay.
So fundamentally, there's 2 points to this. One is this really vastly underestimated the cost? And sure, you can find models that give 10 times the cost, as we saw. Swiss Re just multiplies it by 10. Another one of the collaborators that you were talking about, Burke, basically finds this by extrapolating what I think is a spurious correlation, but he's basically suggesting that the winners of this century, that's how you get to cost in the 20% range. The winners in this century is going to be Mongolia and Iceland, because they're cold countries, or the cost that's also seeing that these costs are mainly because people forget to buy air conditioning. And so people in Boston dies much more in 2100 than people in Phoenix die today, because somehow Bostoners are just stupid. There's a lot of these kinds of costs, but if you actually incorporate that people behave smartly, it is very hard to get these models to give much higher costs. At the same time, of course, we're also forgetting that the cost of policy, and we've all three talked about that. I showed you the cost of policy if everyone does everything correctly, smartly, all the way through the century, coordinated with every other nation on planet Earth. Now,
how would that work? How would that work?
Yeah, that's not going to work, right?
Exactly.
And if it doesn't, it's going to be much, much more costly. Remember, the EU, which is a reasonably functional unit, makes climate policy that's much more costly than it needs to be for political reasons. So the costs are going to go up a lot. And then finally, and then I'll shut up, you say that we've already promised 1.5 degrees. Yeah, well, it's not like the world hasn't promised a lot of other things. So I work with a lot of other issues. For instance, in sub-Saharan Africa, they promised 68 times to give education to everyone in Africa. And now we're almost there, but it took half a century, right?
There's one difference. There's one difference, one important difference. Governments have signed up to 1.5 degrees, whether they like it or not. They are being taken to court.
There's nobody who can take you to court for that.
Well, I'll show you. In the Netherlands, they did not only have the first agenda case, but and agenda took the government to court, and they are now forced to change their policies and to make credibly sure that they will reach
well-educated people.
But they also
they're well-educated.
They're well-educated because of you, like in Switzerland, or not so, after our voting for carbon reduction. Go on.
I think the legal, so it's almost out of the hand of the economists, because now these NGOs and other people are making a litigation issue. And also taking Shell and BP to court.
Urgenda said that they were going to do this for 2030, for 2020, because it was an EU decision, but they did not think that the commitment in Paris would be enough for the longer point.
So it was against the Dutch government.
No, but for the Dutch government, it would only restrict them in 2020 and not for.
Yeah, of course, but it's the beginning.
But that's exactly the point. These are not something that you can run legal court.
For me, that's a little bit too local, because we have to think global to get the climate changing. Otherwise, it does not work at all. And now we are back on that. How can we politically implant these tasks? If we look at China, India doesn't even comment on that. They have huge problems.
Can I say
also Africa?
One thing on this.
Without establishing a non-existing world government.
Yeah. So I just want to make clear the extent of the problem. So here we probably not people. So if you get a house off the gas, for example, you might have to pay 50,000 euros. Imagine you're a modest income person. It's a hell of a lot of money. And the government doesn't want to pay the money to compensate them for that. And that's one problem. Another problem is we're going to have solar and wind energy, but that's very intermittent. You might have noticed that gas prices, electricity prices have really gone through the roof. They've gone through the roof in the UK, probably in France as well, and the Netherlands. And the reason for that is that there's not been enough gas reserves to keep the price low. So the big problem is storage. So we're going to get a new type of energy, which is kind of intermittent. It only when the sun shines and the wind blows. So if we don't solve that battery problem, there will be much more volatility in these electricity prices, and that'll really hurt people. And that's the biggest challenge, to get it over the pass. Because otherwise, families.
I'm sure you're right, but you're escaping my question again. So I don't put it now. We can discuss it later. But this is for me the single most important question: how we get to that point. I mean, we can say yes, this and that, and in the Netherlands it works like this. And Lucas, how does it work in Switzerland?
Well, I don't know if we are the world. We are small compared to the rest. You talked about
of course,
the big picture.
Not so small.
Well, and we did not do extremely well this year with our policy, so we have not, we could not have a big mouth about our achievements, but we did not even increase our ambitions. You asked before about the big blocks, and I think they're basically in agreement. Of course, the rhetorics are different. For example, China is, of course, a huge kind of contradictions you see there. They're adding renewables like hell, but they still do also conventional. They do all kind of things, but in principle, I think the big powers are aligned at the moment. The United States is not so reliable as it should be, because you never know what could happen in the next term. So what I wanted to push here is this technology race that you see. If you're not in, you're lagging and you're lost. You're the loser.
Right.
So rather be the first. I think companies in California did that. They were winners, and others, they will lose. And once this is understood, then a country naturally wants to jump on the train rather than to be left behind. So this is what I believe is actually. But it takes time, and somehow, as Rick mentioned, there are tipping points not only in technology but also in the perception of the public.
The mindset.
The mindset. And then also, I think it's also a thing about public majorities, about the majorities of voting. When we want to implement the carbon tax, and we are very convinced that this is the best way to do, but people don't like it in a referendum. We could put forward other policies first, which work better, which are not that cost efficient, but work somehow. Sometimes people like bans, they like standards, they like other stuff. As soon as you have a vast political majority, then you can actually vote on carbon taxes. You will have a higher rate of approval. The proof of the example that we have was tobacco taxes. We knew then for a long time that smoking is bad for your health, but actually it was disputed for a long time. Similar here with climate change. When it became clear, people still didn't like to pay more for their cigarette tax. as long as when the non-smokers became the majority, then the taxes jumped up. So this thing is the way to proceed, in my view. First, step in with policies which are not that cost efficient, and then later on we can do rather quickly, I believe. So this is my optimistic take of.
Thank you. Bjørn cannot wait to tell us.
So I totally agree with the technology, and I think, unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be this, it's about being the winner. This is really going to be a long race. And yes, there are potentially great opportunities, but there's probably first a lot of failure. So my guess is it's much, much more about getting every country to realize you're not going to solve global warming doing it the same way we've tried for the last 30 years. You are going to solve this if we invest dramatically more in research and development into green energy. And as you just mentioned, Rick, if you think about, for instance, storage, a lot of people will say the point of getting storage is to level out solar and wind. But I mean, honestly, it seems much more likely, again, I don't know, and I don't know the future, I don't think any of us know, but it seems much more likely to me that it's going to be, fusion or fission that's just going to come around and basically wipe out all this rather inefficient solar and wind, and then we can actually get back to having reliable 24/7 power that's also fantastically cheap. And so we really have to be careful. Do you guys remember those compact fluorescent light bulbs? Certainly in the EU, I don't know if they forced them on here, but in the EU,
more or less,
you basically had to get rid of all your incandescent light bulbs to get those horrible lamps, and then 5 years later, we all have LED lamps.
Yeah.
And there is something wrong about the idea of saying, no, this is the way to fix the problem if it turns out that there's another technology right around the corner. Again, I'm not saying that this is just an argue on a metaphor, so we shouldn't take that too seriously, but we should be very careful that we don't force a technology into which that's not actually going to be the end of where we want to go. It's about technology.
But you know what the problem is. I mean, so I agree everything you say and what you say.
It's horrible.
But on one point I don't. I mean, technology is the crucial issue. But if you say fusion or fission, I'm involved with a fusion company. That's not round the corner.
It's 20 years away.
Even a simple thing that we all learn at school, like hydrogen. Which hydrogen is storage, is just electricity. We learn it at school when you're 15 or 14. It's still about 15 years down the road. And fusion, I know for sure, because I invest in one, it takes 20, 30 years before we get down there. Very important. But then we toast it.
This is where we strongly disagree.
You disagree on that, but that means you all these 1.5 degree targets.
Yes.
Then you can only argue, forget about them. They're infeasible. Go for something less dramatic. Whereas I would argue, I still like to try to kind of go for these 1.5 degrees targets.
Yeah, and look, I'm simply saying we can meet here again in 30 years, and it's absolutely
too late.
but it's absolutely sure that your target will be missed. I mean, it's not even worth a bet.
But you write books, false alarm. You talk about we are all too alarmists. But you see the weather changing, you see the climate change, you see insurance companies, and they make the money out of these risks. They seem to getting away. You see financial regulators, central bankers getting worried about it. Well, then I don't think I'm too alarmist when I say let's try to do something about it.
And
there we disagree.
The Swiss Re guys showed you that normalized damages are going up. The actual academic literature, and I'd love to show you that, actually shows it's going down when you correct normally. I wrote the guy while we were talking, and he came back and said, yes, I have no idea how he gets this, but that's not what the peer literature shows. So yes, of course, insurance companies are telling you, we'd like to ask you to pay more for your insurance. I can see why that would be the case, but I'm not sure I would want to bet on them being the moral arbiters of truth.
Of course, but they also have to make their money. That's absolutely normal in a capitalist world, as we still are, hopefully and thankfully. And it's nice to watch the lively discussion between the two friends here on the podium, and I'm sure they have future meetings to develop these topics more and more. I have my last question, which is some sort of a taboo. For a longer time, also in Switzerland, unfortunately, but also in other countries. What about the fourth generation of nuclear power? Short answer, Lucas, Rick, Bjørn.
It's not around the corner.
Why?
Well, it is not ready yet. Third generation, you agree, not good.
Is it so bad?
No, well, there is a cost concern, there is a risk concern, there's a timing concern. It will be too late. So this is why I think we should go. Other things are much cheaper, ready to go.
Should we invest more in the fourth generation?
No.
No, you're not.
Well, if you want to invest, you're free to do that.
Okay, but you are against.
Put your mouth.
Yeah,
put
I find
put the money where your mouth is.
I
This
find
is
a
what
company which will do it, and when it's safe.
Seek for private investors in this.
Okay.
And you don't find many.
And you too? Also
It
skeptical?
takes too long and it's too expensive. Yeah.
Okay, Bjørn too?
Oh, no, absolutely we should be investing in fourth generation. It's one of the many things that could solve this problem.
Thank you. Good. Okay.
But at a price.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay, now
of
that's...
course.
We have a mix now. You can think about that now. So, let's look at your questions, ladies and gentlemen. It's question round for hardly 5 minutes, but if the questions are short, the answers hopefully will also be shorter. So, please. Oh, there's a lot of questions. Professor Ernst Fehr. You started.
Yeah, now it works. So for me, the most important takeaway was that what Rick said about the new estimates of climate change costs, because Michael Greenstone is not just one economist. He's the Milton Friedman professor at the University of Chicago. He's a free marketeer guy. He believes in markets, and he indeed estimates the climate costs to be more than 10 times higher than the original estimate by Nordhaus. And Bjørn, you never responded to that properly.
Okay. So
You never responded to that.
I get the
I think I believe much more in Greenstone's estimate than in your outdated ones. So why should I believe not the new ones, the new empirical estimates that are based on rigorous science, on rigorous econometrics, instead of these back-of-the-envelope calculations that somebody did who has historically done something important, but that are not valid anymore?
Well, there's a lot of push. So 2 years ago, there's an annual review of is the 2-degree target worthwhile? No, sorry, the 1.5 degree cost effective, and they were really struggling to say that it might just actually be. There's an enormous push for a lot of researchers to come up with saying that it's a lot more costly. It's very easy to show that these costs are very costly because you just ignore adaptation. But if you don't ignore adaptation, which is what all of these studies do, and you sit and shake your head. Again, look, I'm not.
Even allowing for adaptation. So adaptation is that people might move when a city gets flooded. They move up the hill.
No,
it's that they actually get more heat-resistant crops.
No, they protect their cities at incredibly low cost.
Yeah. There's a whole range of adaptation measures.
But don't say move when they actually stay put and they know how to fix this incredibly cheaply, and we have those models. The point is, if you don't include that adaptation, if you make these models and simply take what is likely, and very often these come from the US, which is very, very badly adapted.
Bjørn, you're not listening. So I'm just saying that there are models which allow for all these types of adaptation you mentioned. Rossi Hansberg, the guy in Princeton, has done that. And it does, it's right. It does make the cost a bit lower, but they still are very large.
Okay, now there's another question over there. Sorry.
Okay, I would like to bring a completely maybe unexpected aspect to the social costs of climate change. I'll be flying tomorrow to Guyana. You guys probably never heard of this country. It's on the northeast coast of South America. They have found 5 years ago huge oil and gas reserves. Guyana is the second poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. Now, what should the Guyanese people do? Should they forget about pumping this oil and using the money to develop the country to introduce, for example, green technology? Or should they leave it in the ground and stay poor? So I would like to ask the panel here, how should the politicians and the people of Guyana take care of this problem? The oil reserves per capita are higher than Kuwait.
It's a good question. It's a good question. Senegal, exactly the same. The same situation. What should they do with the oil they find? So go ahead, Lucas.
Well, you know, we did some considerations about equity and fairness, because those countries who are still poor and did not exploit the natural resources so far, they can claim that they have a right to do so in the future to get some wealth, like Norway, coming out from poverty into a very developed state. And if we don't want them to do that, we have to compensate them. We have to help them. Otherwise, it will happen, and we cannot make it undone. So I think if you look at this equity criteria and historic responsibility, they would have the right to do so, but the world community as a whole has a big incentive to tell them, please, don't do everything, and we will compensate for the rest. We will give you free technologies. We will help you with other things. It is, of course, in the end, if the new technologies are much cheaper than burning fossil fuels, still not that a good investment. So if it's true that you can use electricity produced with new renewables, which is much cheaper than if you boil just your oil that you pump out of the ground, then still you might consider not exploiting. So in the end, some of this stuff has, especially for coal, has to remain in the ground, otherwise we will never make the temperature targets.
Okay, maybe one more question here in the audience, far behind. Oh, gets really lively, it's good.
Well, thank you. So if I understood this panel correctly, then the main message, the main takeaway of this meeting was, if you have a serious problem, wait for someone very smart in the future to solve it for you. So how would you comment on that?
Bjørn?
No, it's making sure we spend a lot more money on making these smart ideas come out. I mean, yes, it'd be great to just wait for Elon Musk to solve it, but it's much more reliable to actually say we're going to spend this on a vast range of different areas. So we did a study on what are the most effective investments in climate, and we found that the long-term best investment is indeed in more R&D, because it both drives much more growth of knowledge. It has a higher probability of we actually finding a solution that'll fix this problem. It's also likely that it'll provide a lot of other benefits. Remember, it's sort of typically argued that when the Americans spent $60 billion to go to the moon, you also made Velcro. It's not a true story, but it's sort of a good idea of saying you get a lot of other side benefits. We'll probably get much better cell phone batteries. And then the last thing is, it's phenomenally much cheaper than the current policies that are not going to succeed.
Okay, one last question in the audience. Here is the last one. I mean, for the time being.
We should also see the result, right?
Yeah, of course. Here, the gentleman in the middle row.
Thanks. Actually, I just wanted to refer to the first UN conference in '92 in Rio de Janeiro, and it was about three things: carbon, watersheds, and biodiversity. I didn't hear one word about watersheds and biodiversity so far during this whole meeting. And I think they also have to be built in those economic models. And just a little remark, natural systems, they don't work according to economic laws. However, you can have jumps, and it's non-linear. How do you model that into those economic models?
Who would like to answer that, Rick?
Yeah, so you're completely right. I mean, the panel was supposed to talk about climate, but what you say about the water and particularly the biodiversity is absolutely crucial. So one of the things economists are beginning to move is to first measure it. So you're trying to measure natural capital, look at all the different types of biodiversity. It's not an easy matter. World Bank has done some earlier stuff on it, and there's a new biodiversity committee in the UK, chaired by Sir Parvati Gupta, and they set the groundwork. And I think what we will see is that more and more economists will work on biodiversity in the coming years than maybe instead of climate. It's not because it's less important. It is extremely important. So I thank you very much for drawing attention to it.
In the long run, it's the most important, actually. If we don't adapt to nature, obviously we have to go to Mars at the end of the day. So that's not an option.
That's not really a prospect.
Can I also just, you probably all know about the Sustainable Development Goals. It's not like climate or biodiversity or watersheds are our only issues. Right now, there's 1.5 million people die from tuberculosis. There's probably about 10 million people die every year from easily curable infectious diseases. There's malnutrition, there's bad schooling. About a third of all people in school in developing countries don't learn anything. There's lots and lots of other problems. And so it's a little bit easy for us in the rich West to say and sit and fret about temperatures in 80 years. But for most people, and that also goes to your question, Guyana, for most people in the developing countries, they actually care about their kids not dying tonight.
Of course.
And we forget that. And of course, that also reflects something that we didn't have a chance to talk about at all. What's the right social discount rate? How much do we care about the future? It's easy for us to sit here because we believe we're all going to end up pretty old before we die. But for most people in the world, that's not a given. And so their discount rates are much, much higher.
Okay, that's almost the ending, a good ending. Now we have a look at the voting, and I hope you were honest. Let's see what that shows us. Oh, can anybody read that?
2 to 5%.
For me?
That's a lot of money, isn't it?
That's a lot of money. Yeah, Swiss is all right.
I would have said the yellow one is the biggest one.
So the yellow one, how much per?
2 to 5%.
2 to 5% here. Well, it's not so bad. The green is the second biggest. How much is that?
6 to 10.
6 to 10. Well, okay. Look, that looks very optimistic.
Not if you're a Minister of Finance, then 2 to 5% purchasing power loss is
but
if you lose the elections.
we Swiss are always the paragon of good behavior.
Can I just say this is vastly, vastly outside what you get when you survey people. I mean, either you guys are incredibly nice or incredibly sort of altruistic, or you just didn't do the sums.
No, I think people are extremely smart because this is not money you give up, money that you invest in your future. And if the future is better, then you invest. It's a good investment.
Okay, that's very nice that we can read this result in different ways. I don't think it's really representative for a majority of the world population who have really other concerns right now, as Bjørn said in his last word. I would one last question for you after all. If you 3 gentlemen had the power to enforce what you think is right today, would you enforce it also against the contradiction of the majority of the people? Just yes or no? Lucas?
No.
No? Rick?
Well, I think if I think if you're take the Dutch situation or even the UK situation, if you've been a prime minister for 12 years, it's time that you do something unpopular and that you leave a legacy. So then you can stop coal power immediately today. You can do a number of things. Stop all the fossil fuel subsidies immediately, and that's nothing to do about left wing or right wing. Just taking responsibility.
Okay, you would do it, Bjørn?
No.
No. 2 no's and 1 yes. Think about that in the next future. Thank you again for this very lively discussion. And thank you for listening to us again. It's a wonderful opportunity. Thank you, Ernst, to be here. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We are going to close out today with one of the highlights, maybe the highlight a lot of you have been waiting for. As usual, we close the event with the Zurich Lecture of Economics in Society with none other than Nobel laureate, Mr. Jean Tirole. Thank you so much for being here. Before we ask you on stage, let's do another poll. You've added a lot of value to this event by participating, and let's do the final poll of the day. How likely is it that governments of the largest countries agree on a common CO2 regime or carbon price? Is it very likely, likely, neither nor unlikely, very unlikely? I guess based on the previous discussion, well, they would probably say very, very unlikely. It's not part of the choices you can make. Would be quite interesting to see what you think and also what Professor Tirole might think of this. Okay, you've got another half hour or so, or even more than that, to make your choice. But before we welcome Mr. or Professor Tirole, let me welcome Ernst Fehr. He's obviously been very involved today. We want to thank you so much for hosting this. He's the director of the UBS Center for Economics and Society and professor of economics at the University of Zurich's Department of Economics. Mr. Fehr, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome from my side as well. It is always a special honor for me to introduce the speaker of our Zurich Lecture for Economics in Society. Jean Tirole is without any doubt one of the most influential economists of our time. His research has contributed important insights to on a large number of economic and social domains, ranging from game theory to two-sided markets, from corporate governance to the analysis of market power, from corporate finance to the economics of regulation, as well as to behavioral economics. The breadth and depth of his work is truly astounding, and in my view, unmatched. It was therefore no surprise to many of us that he received the Nobel Prize in Economics in 2014. Through his work, he has stimulated the research of many generations of students, and through his interactions with political leaders, business leaders, and the general public, he has greatly contributed to the perception of economics as the science of the common good. Many people erroneously believe that economics is the science of greed and the relentless pursuit of private profit. This is, however, a caricature view of economics. That is completely wrong, in my view. It is in fact quite the opposite. While we economists acknowledge that self-interest is one, but not the only one, important motive, we are keen to analyze and help building institutions that meet the pressing challenges of our time and improve our world. And one of these challenges is global warming. The problem of uncontrolled CO2 emissions and other greenhouse gas emissions, which are major contributors to global warming, has been well studied by economists, and in 2018, as many of you know, or maybe all of you know, the economist William Nordhaus has even received the Nobel Prize for his pioneering contributions on the economics of climate change. So, what can we do to mitigate global warming? At an abstract level, the simple solution is to provide economic incentives that discourage CO2 emitting activities by making them more costly, which of course simultaneously encourage technical progress that helps avoiding these emissions. And the previous session has documented or shown how important these innovations are. This raises the question, so if the solution is so clear, we have the question why many governments around the world fail to take actions necessary to substantially reduce greenhouse gas emissions. In the past, governments of democratic countries have often been able to provide basic public goods like security or social insurance at the national level. But with regard to global warming, government actions have been rather lukewarm in the past. One key reason for this is that the mitigation of global warming constitutes truly a common public good that requires not just within-country cooperation, but a cross-country cooperation at a global level. But national solutions, as well as international cooperation for the mitigation of global warming, constitutes a political economy problem. That has become abundantly clear this afternoon. It's really a political problem, and we have to overcome the political obstacles. And this is the reason why we asked Jean Tirole to present us his insights on the political economy, not just on the economy, but on the political economy of climate change. Jean has worked intensely on issues of political economy and regulation, and he received the Nobel Prize for his research on the problems and solutions involved in regulating industries. Jean showed, for example, that regulations aimed at reducing the power of monopoly in an efficient way do not work in markets when you have just a few firms and not just a monopoly. And he also tackled the fundamental issue that there is typically a lot of asymmetric information between the firms and the regulators, which make regulation a really hard job. And in this context, he reached a broad conclusion, and that broad conclusion for competition regulation, and that broad conclusion was that you have to pay attention to the specificities of the individual sectors. You can't just export one regulation from one sector to another sector without recognizing the peculiarities of the different sectors. And therefore, competition authorities have to deal with these peculiarities. So he is a specialist for what he's talking about today. Because of his deep knowledge in issues of regulation and political economy, there is therefore hardly a better speaker than Jean Tirole for providing insights into the political economy of climate change. Jean, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ernst. Well, thank you, Ernst, for those very kind words. They mean a lot, especially coming from you. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to be giving this lecture, this Zurich lecture. It's also a pleasure because that allows me to see some old friends and see the wonderful work which is being done in this UBS Center in terms of attracting talent and getting policy issues in the forefront. There's been a lot of very interesting stuff said today, so I don't have that much to add actually to what has been said. Maybe I can give a different twist, different angle to that thing. And I will proceed in two parts, maybe three. The first part will be discussing what the report I just delivered with Olivier Blanchard for President Macron, which was a report with 24 economists plus the two of us on three major challenges: climate change, inequality, and aging. And I'm going to tell you what basically the Commission said with a little bit of my grain of salt in it, but by and large what the Commission said. And then, that's advice for the policymakers. And then we move on to the social responsibility, because that's something which was discussed heavily today as well, also in very interesting ways. So the report with Olivier Blanchard starts with the obvious, the urgency. There's been a tremendous delay in decarbonization and green R&D. A few good news that were discussed today, of course, solar and wind, lead, electric vehicles, alternative proteins, vertical farms, but by and large, the good news are scarce. And one good news is that, at least in France, it's actually widely perceived by citizens as being urgent, with a couple of twists. So 90% of the French actually think that it's very urgent to act, but 90% also think that even someone from the middle class should not have to spend any euro on doing it. So that's a bit worrisome in terms of perception. There are correct perceptions. So, for example, people realize that there are losers and winners. It's not a scoop. We know from the yellow jackets that's the case. Many green policies are regressive. So basically, low-income households pay a higher fraction of their income in the carbon tax, for example, but that's true for most green policies. You know, who owns an electric car, right? Who owns an apartment or a house where you can put solar panels on it, and so on and so forth. Now, something which won't surprise you either is that visible policies are much more unpopular than invisible ones. So the carbon tax was, of course, a no-no in France, whereas cap and trade, you know, that has been so for a long time, which is very similar to a carbon tax, hasn't really, people haven't caught up quite. That's going to happen, but you know, haven't caught up with it quite. The feed-in tariffs, the subsidies for renewables and insulations, the standard bands are kind of neutral or even popular. Even so, some of them cost much, much more per ton of CO2 saved than a carbon tax. And you know, that's very interesting because you know, if you spend 1,000 euros to save 1 ton of carbon, when you know, for 40 euros you could get rid of coal for 40 euros per ton, that means that with your 1,000 euros you could have economized 25 tons. So it's not really a green policy to do that. Another thing that this is more my touch on it. There is all this talk about green jobs and green growth, happy energy transition, having one's cake and eating too. And you know, I dislike that for some reason. And first, it's not grounded in economics, but also in terms of political economy, that raises the issue of whether we should actually put some effort into fighting climate change. You know, if we can grow faster and at the same time be green, you know, and the question is, of course, you know, for 30 years, 200 countries haven't done that. So why is that? But you know, it's kind of dangerous speech, I think. So on each of the topics we covered, we had some kind of holistic perspective. So on climate change, for example, we said carbon price. It's absolutely necessary. I mean, the 26 members of the Commission were kind of totally unanimous on that. That won't surprise you. Why? Well, for the usual reasons. We want to give the right incentives, not spend more than necessary. And having a uniform price, of course, helps you save money. It's still going to be expensive, but it helps you spend money. It's also well known that it's going to encourage R&D because, you know, if you do green R&D, you're going to make money out of your licenses. And if there is no carbon price in the future, there won't be any money to be made. And finally, something which is less well known is that it's a simple strategy. You know, it doesn't require much information that the government doesn't have. So it's very important because we have billions of decisions to take, including the government, but also it's simple for us as households. So you're in Zurich, you're going to go this weekend to the marketplace, and you're going to choose some tomatoes. Some tomatoes will come from Spain through trucks. It emits CO2. Some others will be grown locally in a greenhouse. And you know, the question is, you as a consumer, which tomato should you choose? Well, the answer is you don't know. At least I don't. You know, in the end, if you don't have a carbon price, it's almost impossible to tell. More in detail, the Commission concluded there should be no exemptions because they're unfair, they're prone to lobbying, and so on. And of course, no subsidies for fossil fuel. That's kind of obvious. A little bit less obvious, we decided in favor of carbon tax adjustment. And the reason is very simple, which is that if you start having a decent carbon price, which we haven't had so far, then there will be offshoring. You need a level playing field, and if you don't have a carbon tax adjustment, then your carbon price is not going to fly. At the same time, we know that we don't have the information to have a good carbon border tax adjustment. We're going to tax the product as opposed to the emissions. That's not quite fair, that's not right. It may also give rise to protectionism. We have to be careful about that. We voted in quotes for an expansion of the ETS system in Europe, adding a price floor and a price cap. And the idea is, well, there is a lot of uncertainty, both about the technology and about societal acceptance. But we have to give some visibility at least for investment decisions. Many decisions we have to make are going to be, having effects for 5, 10, 30 years, and we need to have some visibility on that. And we could do it at the European level. We could also have a carbon central bank, which basically will stabilize somewhat, will have a clear mission, and then will stabilize somewhat the price and have forward guidance. An explicit redistribution to losers, that's very important. Of course, being French, Olivier and I, of course, went through the yellow jackets, but that's very important if you want to have acceptability. We economists, we don't like to earmark some income to some policy, but in this case, it seems very important to redistribute. I mean, I know you have been discussing that in Switzerland. Maybe a uniform check, maybe a check for the low-income people. And that applies also to the Green Deal, because I'm a bit concerned the Green Deal hasn't thought much enough about redistribution. Second item, surprise, surprise, more R&D, more green R&D. We are way behind given the stakes. We need to make significant technological progress. So, for example, storage technology for wind and solar. Why? I mean, because there is a high probability that the carbon price will be too low anyway. And there are lots of different externalities too. Actually, David Hémous has worked on that. So we need to have some big push for technology. That was already said today. And in the report, we push for an EU ARPA-E kind of institution, which will be an independent institution, which will be doing industrial policy, but will be doing it the right way. If you do it the wrong way, don't do industrial policy, please. And I could give you lots of examples of that. And the way you have to do it is to have a real manager who is independent from politics, if possible a scientist who is knowledgeable about those things, is going to take into account supply and demand. Politicians always have a demand for something. They don't even wonder whether the soil is fertile. You have to evaluate the work, stop when it doesn't work, set objective and not strategies. Okay, so just think about vaccines, for example. We didn't want to have a strategy, we want to have a target, right? And that's very important. Associate private sector when feasible and so on. So, common sense stuff, but this common sense is almost always absent in some of the industrial policies we see in Europe. And the other thing that we all agree on in this commission is don't put all your eggs in the same basket, because basically you don't know which technology is going to work. And each lobbyist will tell you, I know, but no, the answer is we don't know. And if we had done that for vaccines, we would not be together today, I guess. Startups and mandates, economists like that a bit less. You need that to some extent. Again, because the price of carbon is likely to be too low in practice for political reasons. Because it's more for households actually than for firms. So you may want to, they are very poorly informed, they may be liquidity constrained, they may face collective action problems, like in collective housing, for example, and sometimes it's also how to measure emissions. So, after all, standards and bans can be useful sometimes, but what you have got to do is to try to have at least a rough estimate of how much it costs per ton of carbon avoided. Okay, that's what you have got to do. So what you need, and we don't have in France, but is you could do it at the EU level in an independent agency which evaluates the cost of various policies, so that we have a ballpark estimate of how much it will cost, just not to spend 1,000 euros when you could be spending 30 euros, for example. That's kind of obvious. Electricity, we noted, everybody knows that the consumption of electricity is going to grow very fast. because a number of the new usages, like mobility, for example, but also heating and so on, are going to use electricity. But given that, you need to build generation, more generation, electricity generation, and you have to reinforce the grid. Because where you produce electricity, that's clear in the case of solar and wind, is not necessarily where you're going to consume it. So right now it's no big deal because except in Germany, but by and large it's still a small amount. But when it becomes a big amount, you will have to reinforce the grid, and you have to prepare for that because those policies are not very popular either. There was a quick discussion about nuclear power. The general view, whether people were against or for nuclear power, was that we have no choice. We have to keep what exists, because if we get rid of the nuclear power, of course, we're going to go the German way, if I can say so. Apologies for the Germans in the room, but is to use coal instead of using nuclear, and that's not very pretty. We didn't take a stance on new generations, partly because we were incompetent. That's something that, of course, is to be discussed. Let me conclude this particular part of the report I've written with Olivier Blanchard with some generous ideas which we felt were not quite correct. The 4 good ideas. So the first one actually is in reaction to a law in France. There's a recent law which says that if you are a local authority or regional authority of the state and you are looking for a contractor in public procurement, you have to include, it's mandatory, you have to include environmental criteria. So that has to be an explicit part of your choice. That sounds right. We have a no carbon price, and in a sense we need other tools. However, I think it's wrong. It's wrong because your village, your local authority, your region doesn't have the ability to measure emissions. So they will have to trust the bidders that their data, both direct and indirect through subcontracting, are correct. So they don't have the ability to do that. They don't measure emissions. And then there is a bunch of issues. Well, there is the issue of free riding, of course. Every village is going to say, that's the village next door which has to do it. But there is also cronyism, there is pandering, etc. So basically, coming back to the tomato example, the Zurich mayor, I'm sorry, the mayor is not, he or she is not in the room, but the Zurich mayor might say, oh, we are going to take into account the cost of transportation by road, but we are going to ignore greenhouse, the warming and the emission that goes with it. So, that's an issue. And we are going to have a wide diversity of implicit carbon prices. That's the other issue. Second false good idea is the green central bank. Again, a generous idea, seems it makes sense. But here I have 2 objections. The first objection is the same as for public procurement. It has to do with the measurement. And the central bank is not equipped to measure the pollution. Of course, the green central bank, that has been said today, should use the climate change for stress tests because it's a systemic risk. It's a macro risk. But beyond that, that's an issue because it's not really able to measure emissions, and it's at risk of losing its independence. Why? Because it's in a political terrain. It has, of course, already done that with quantitative easing and the like. In my view, that was justified, but it's kind of so-so because it gets into the political realm. It's close to it's money, fiscal dominance and the like. It's actually kind of complex because you get into the politics of the thing. And here you might, by expanding your mission further, you might actually lose your independence at some point. I mean, just imagine the central bank actually saying, I don't want any German bonds because Germany is polluting twice as much as France. Imagine that you got that. I mean, that doesn't sound good, right? But then, why should the central bank take care of climate change and not inequality, education, R&D shortage, and so on? You know, that's dangerous. I think that's kind of dangerous. So my own view, and I think that's broadly the view of the Commission, is that in the end, the state has to assume its responsibilities and not try to get other players, and I'll come back to that later on, to substitute. The state has to impose a carbon tax, has to finance disruptive R&D and the like. Now, if the state doesn't do its job, what should we do? We as citizens, we as firms, we as workers and the like. To discuss this issue, I would like to start with something very strange. It sounds very familiar, but it's very strange if you think about it. It's a shareholder value approach. Most of the productive sector, the private productive sector in our economies, has to do with shareholder value. There are for-profit firms, and the debt holders may get control over the firm in case of distress, but by and large, investors have control over the firm's decisions, including choosing the manager and various other things. Now, the rationale for that is well known, which is that you have to secure a return on the investment, otherwise you won't land in the first place and you won't invest in the firm in the first place. So to attract funding, you keep the control rights, which help you actually secure this return. Yes, but in practice, other stakeholders are affected by the decision of management. So you have workers, you have suppliers, you have customers, you have local communities, you have potential polluters and the like. So there are decision externalities. So you have one group, one particular stakeholders, the investor, making decision on behalf of all the stakeholders. But if you have those basic decision externalities, why is that Milton Friedman most famously said in 1970, the only responsibility of business is to maximize profit? Now, Friedman was a kind of friend of Ronald Coase, another Nobel laureate. They were both in Chicago. And Ronald Coase will say, well, let's lose contracts to take care of externalities. So the idea there is that if you contract, you're going to get some efficient solution. And to some extent, they are used. So if you look, for example, at worker contracts or creditor contracts, they tend to insulate the stakeholders from the managerial decision. So as a worker, you often get a fixed wage. Now you can still lose your job, but then you have severance pay. So you're somewhat protected by a fixed claim. If you look at creditors, they get a fixed interest, interest income, and if there is default, they may get priority and they may get collateral on top of that. That doesn't suffice, so we create exit options for workers and creditors. For creditors, it might be short-term debt to be able to run quickly in case of distress. And for workers, general training, flexible labor market is important as well. But you have to realize that there is only so much that contracts can achieve. First, contracts are imperfect. And then there are kind of collective action problems. So think about almost 8 billion people trying to bargain with each other to solve climate change, right? It will be just totally impossible, not to mention that many of the people who will be affected are not born yet. So they are certainly not going to bargain. And finally, that also gives you an incentive to build a nuisance entity in order to get cash. So I can build a nightclub, an outdoor nightclub next to your house and then come to you and say, haha, why don't you pay me and I won't build a nightclub? Or I'll destroy the nightclub. Yeah, I know, that doesn't seem efficient. So for those reasons, for 2 centuries, we have applied a kind of mixing of the invisible end of the market. Adam Smith was much much broader than that. This is really a caricature of Adam Smith. And I will recommend very strongly reading The Theory of Moral Sentiment, and not only The Wealth of Nations, but basically using a market and self-interest in order to get efficiency, and then the state corrects the market failures, as Pigou and others and many others have said. So that's why we have a number of desirable regulation in terms of externalities, and climate change, of course, an externality, and all the variants and internalities when we don't stand for our own best interests. So, for example, we may be impulsive, we may take drugs or smoke or undersave and so on. There is market power. It's a form of externalities that gives rise to competition policy and regulation. There is consumer protection against asymmetric information. There is a second set of policies which have to do with the deficit of insurance in a market economy. Here in Switzerland, the insurance company are not allowed to discriminate depending on the kind of illness you have or you will have with genetics, of course. And that's a good thing, because otherwise, of course, people who have a cancer, will get a cancer, will never get affordable health insurance. Inequality is a market failure. You know, if you look at behind the veil of ignorance, there is no reason why the current wealth distribution or income distribution will be the one that exists. And equality of chances as well. You know, behind the veil of ignorance, you don't know in which family you'll be born or in which neighborhood you'll be born. And finally, there is a bunch of societal regulation, from tolerance to protection of minorities and so on. Now, why is that then that the government and the firms and the stakeholders have a social responsibility? The simple answer is that the government fails. And if the governments fail as often as the market fail, because they are captured by lobbying, because they pander to the electorate, because there's an issue of jurisdiction. It's very hard to intervene against a country that pollutes or uses child labor unless you invade the country. And there are lots of small misdemeanors, but very frequent ones, for which information tells you that the social norm is preferable. Now, it's a twin failure from the market and the government that give rise to social responsibility. And let me focus on one of them, which is corporate social responsibility. So, in work we did over 10 years ago with Roland Benabou, that was a course lecture actually, we distinguish between three forms of corporate social responsibility. The first is doing well by doing good. The first time I heard that, I laughed. I thought, no, I mean, who is crazy enough to pollute and then lose money at the same time? It doesn't make any sense. But it can start making sense if you think about the short term versus the long term. Managers sometimes can be very short-termist for whatever reason. They want to keep their job, they want to become famous, they want to cash in the short-term bonus, whatever reason. And for that, they may skip on safety, they may basically not reduce their pollution, they may take excessive risk in banking, for example. And then what CSR is really about forcing the managers to take a long-term perspective, and exercising voice. As shareholders, you want to exercise voice in order to force the managers to do the right thing and take a long-term perspective. It's just profit maximization, if you want. It's just, economists have always stressed that, short-term profit is not profit. It's long-term profit that counts. But then you are going to ask me, why is that CSR? Well, there is a correlation, it's a fortuitous correlation, which is that if you scheme on safety, if you don't abate your pollution, if you take excessive risk, you compromise the future of the firm. That means your workers might well be laid off. There might be lawsuits against the tanker, which after an oil spill and so on. And then the taxpayer will have to pay at some point because the firm is broke and so on. So basically it's a covariation between long-term perspective and protecting the stakeholders. Second point of view is delegated philanthropy. So delegated philanthropy is basically the firm is a channel for the expression of citizen value. You find that the income of coffee growers is too small. You're not going to transfer income to them. You ask Starbucks or whatever to actually engage in fair trade, and you are willing to pay a bit more for your coffee. So basically, the corporation is doing philanthropy on behalf of citizen value. It's profit maximization again, because anyway, Starbucks charges you more for your coffee. And you could do that. We'll discuss, I'm sure, green funds later on. And then a third category is insider, where really the firm loses money in order to make this world a better place. And that's actually what Friedman was arguing against. On the right side of the political spectrum, Robert Reich was also arguing against on the left side, because he thinks that public policy has to be done by the state and not by firms. Now, the one point I want to make, which is kind of obvious but is underappreciated, is only impact matters. Posture doesn't. So lots of economists will think in those ways, but also some philosophers like Peter Singer. I just reproduce a cover of one of his books. And we all want to make this world a better place. We want to have an impact. We just want to not pretend we are green. That makes no sense. But to do that, we need good information and good understanding of economic mechanisms. So let me develop that in a little bit more detail. What are the informational challenges for socially responsible behavior? There's, of course, a free rider issue, which is that I'm willing to pay 10% or 20% more for my Starbucks coffee, but I'm willing to pay twice or three times more. That's free riding. We have to engage in data collection again along the supply chain. It's not easy to do, but conceptually it's simple. So you want to know the performance. It's a little bit more difficult to aggregate. So, what about someone who pollutes versus someone who uses child labor, and someone who engages in philanthropy and builds a school? Or, how do you deal with that? Take climate change and greenhouse gases. What is your impact? As an investor, you like your money to go to something which makes a difference. So the investment should not be additional. There should not be windfall profits. So for example, if you invest in hydroelectricity in Scandinavia, where it already exists, it's not going to change anything. It's just going to be a windfall profit for the owners of those firms. The problem arose with the Kyoto Clean Development Mechanism. There were long discussions of additionality, and I will come back to the CDM, but it's a difficult thing to know because you have to know the counterfactual, and you don't observe the counterfactual. A number of studies tend to show that carbon offsets or US universities' investments in green stuff often don't have an impact. Actually, they invest in things which already exist or will have existed. So that's difficult. It also requires computing future carbon prices, right? If I want, it's an interpret. If there's a project like a forest or a green plant, I have to know exactly what the path of carbon price is going to be, and desirable carbon prices, which is a social cost of pollution to society. Zero net emission pledges often ignore products imported from countries with no or low carbon prices. If there were high carbon prices, that would be fine. But of course, zero net emissions pledges should include imports from countries which have no carbon price or little carbon price. And then there is a credibility issue. And of course, in Glasgow, that's a big issue with the deforestation, with the methane stuff. We get all those 2050 pledges by government, city, private sector, and you ask yourself, what is the credibility? Okay, you can put the courts in charge. At the same time, when countries left the Kyoto Agreement, one after the other, there were no penalty for doing that. Now, this is a difficult issue. So, corporate social responsibility, individual social responsibility is important because the government doesn't do its job. So we have to do some of the job. But we have to do it right because we want impact. And that's difficult. Take an issue on which I don't have the answer. And I'm going to be a bit provocative because it's late and I have to wake you up a little bit. But should a socially responsible investor invest in oil? Oh, you're going to tell me, oh, no, never. Of course, oil is very dirty. But if the short-run government doesn't offer any alternative to mobility using gasoline, then the issue, if you exclude oil companies from your portfolio, you are not going to have any impact on pollution. People will keep using their car, period. If you have a best-in-class approach, then you are going to have a little bit of an effect. If you incentivize companies who actually put a lot of effort into reducing their pollution at the extraction and refining stage. So a best-in-class approach sometimes can be good. What about gas? Actually, there's this whole discussion in the EU right now about gas. It's highly polluting, but it pollutes half of what coal does. And you have seen the UK actually getting rid of much of its pollution by switching from coal to gas. Now, is gas a good thing? Of course not. But, how do we deal with that? And, the entire general equilibrium issues are very important. And that's something, it's not only in climate change, it's something that it's very difficult to discuss in politics. I already mentioned the Energiewende in Germany, but there are many other examples like that. So, you do something, take the clean development mechanism. You save a forest, that was a Kyoto clean development mechanism. You save a forest in Indonesia. Sounds nice, right? But then you save this forest, the price of wood, the price of soil goes up a little bit, and there is another forest, either in Indonesia or another country, which is cut because the price has gone up. This is leakage. We economists know about leakage, but those are general equilibrium effects, and many people don't think about that. So one unexpected social responsibility I want to talk about is, it's a bit unexpected, is that we have to put pressure on our governments. Okay? I think the governments have lost their economic and moral compass by and large. It's nice to have voluntary commitments, but we need regulation. Without regulation, we are lost. And in this time of populism, we are in kind of political disarray. On the one hand, you have politicians that challenge the independence of central banks, of competition authority, of judges, and so on. They respond to a desire for change. People want a providential ruler which is going to take us out of this mess. At the same time, they pass a buck. So they ask the private sector to do the job, they ask the central bank to do the job. And this is very bizarre if you think that the government doesn't dare to do the job. It's very scared of imposing any carbon price. So there's a lot of greenwashing at the government level. I'm not blaming and I'm not pointing the finger at those people who negotiated COP21, and I promise I won't do it for COP26. But it's very difficult. It's very difficult, but saying it was a victory was kind of strange. Because if you look at the measures, and that was discussed already today, if you have 200 veto rights in the room, then you know that you are going to get the least common denominator, meaning very, very little. Just promises, and in the case of a green fund, collective promises, which is the worst. So we need to actually chase the misconception of the electorate, but also chase our governments to force them to change their behavior. Let me skip the international negotiation because I would like to leave some time for questions and discussions, but let me just conclude with time bombs. So what is a time bomb? The time bomb is a political issue for which if you don't do nothing for a year or two, it just doesn't matter. You don't act on climate change for a year, for 2 years, it just doesn't matter. But 1 year plus 1 year plus 1 year, now it's 3 decades of inactions for climate change. And you could apply that to inequality, you could apply that to pensions, education, public R&D in Europe, public finances, and so on. And the common theme on those policies is that, again, if you don't act for a year or two, it just doesn't matter, so you can wait until the next election. I'm sometimes asked, that's one of the bizarre things that comes to you when you get the Nobel Prize, is that people think you have an answer to everything when you have an answer to a very small subset of things. But they ask me, do you think that COVID is going to be a catalyst for change, that people will really change their behavior and they will realize that we are very fragile? Or is that going to be an echo chamber for moral weaknesses? And the answer is I just don't know. And my guess is that nothing has changed. I hope I'm wrong, but what I'm sure of is that we need to have a moral compass, and we need also to have an intellectual compass. And for that, we need to have economics and social sciences, places like this one, which are actually going to bring the conceptual framework to change things and bring us closer to the common good, the kind of society we would like to live in if we were beyond the veil of ignorance, meaning that we would not know which place we will have in society. And a little bit of advertising, I'm sorry about that, but I just want to reiterate the fact that it has been a great honor. It's a great honor for me to be giving this lecture. Thank you very much.
Professor Tirole, thank you so much for this presentation. Let's have a seat. We have a little bit of time for Q&A. Again, you're welcome in the audience and also the virtual audience to participate here. I assume we have a lot of questions coming in, but before that, let me just ask you, and I know you try not to get too political, yet I do have to ask you, given the report that you chaired, the Commission's report for Mr. Macron, obviously, what you just said about politicians was pretty damning. You said they lost their moral compass. What's your hope for Mr. Macron as he's reading that report and he's had a terrible experience with the yellow vests? What do you think he will take away from this? Because he's already done things like the public consultations, yet he's in election mode.
Exactly. You're completely right, Carolin. First, on the genesis of this report, when we talked with Olivier Blanchard to Emmanuel Macron, we said we want to set up the commission ourselves, and we want to be completely independent. Now, there is always a question of independence when you start talking with people, because, of course, you have some empathy and so on. But, the idea is that it's a public good. It's not something for the government. It's something for public good. Which, as you mentioned, is just before an election. So it's actually hard. If you think about pension reforms, fighting inequality, including the inheritance tax and the carbon tax, it's a perfect recipe for not being elected or re-elected. So we realize that, but our goal, my own vision on that is that it takes time for people to appropriate ideas for the people, for themselves, for the politicians. And I think it's right in a sense. And you can have an influence on the debate. It's easier when you have an independent authority. So it's easier if you do competition policy or banking regulation, because then your knowledge can filter through and be passed through more directly into policies. But with Olivier Blanchard, we did this work on the bonus model as some kind of experience rating for France. It took 20 years to be implemented, and even so in a very timid way. That's okay, I think. That's very okay, but that's a labor policy. So labor policy is very political, and it takes time actually to do things. So, in terms of, we'll see. We'll see actually what shows up in the programs of the candidates. But there are things which can be useful. So, for example, there was this recent energy crisis, this ongoing energy crisis with very high gas prices and so on, and oil prices. And there was a big debate in France. Most politicians and most of the people wanted to have a reduction in the price of energy. And finally, the government decided for a check. And then we said, that's good, because, of course, because of the incentive property of prices, we have to keep a high price. And that's very important. So give a check, it's much better policy.
Now, I think it was Larry Fink who wrote in a letter to bosses, corporate bosses, a couple of years ago, 2-3 years ago, that corporations will have to come up with a shortfall what governments weren't able to do. So obviously the Friedman Doctrine has been somewhat reevaluated by many, including Zingales. So I guess the question is, how do we set the right incentives then? If the governments don't have the right incentives, in part, I guess, because they suffer from short-termism, unless you're maybe Angela Merkel or Vladimir Putin, but you're probably only in power for 4 to 8 years or so, or 5 or 10 in the case of France. What right incentives do we set for businesses then? Because aren't they constrained by short-termism, quarterly results, for example?
Well, there are two, and one of the things we can do, of course, is to impose a corporate governance which is stronger. So I think the voice is very important to avoid an excessive short-term bonuses. You need relative performance evaluation, be compared with your peers. You need to have a long-term perspective with clawbacks. It's not easy to do, of course. I can hear lots of counter-arguments to that, but by and large, we have seen that with part of the financial system in 2008. The incentives were too short-termist, and not everybody, of course, but so we have to intervene. As investors, we have to intervene in those firms. Now, Larry Fink, I know the business roundtable and the like. It's nice, but there's only so much you can expect from that. First, because there's a little bit of greenwashing, and looking good, right? Then you have to look at the performance. Does it have the same effect as carbon price? And I strongly doubt about it. And then there's this issue of the pressure of markets. That was discussed a lot today about how much we could expect from divesting, for example, from oil companies and the like. And Bill Gates had an extreme stance where he said, it's a complete waste of time. Don't divest from oil, do other things. It's a bit extreme because there's still some impact you can have through the market price. But as was discussed in the previous roundtable, 2 roundtables ago.
It was a long day.
It was yes, it was a long afternoon. At some point when socially responsible investment grows, you have to sacrifice some returns. If you are only 1 or 2% of the investment investing in clean stuff, that's very easy. You buy clean stuff, and there's plenty around. You buy hydroelectricity shares or something like that, and then people are going to sell that to you and buy oil companies. And in the end, if it becomes bigger, which I hope, then people will have to accept a loss in their return. That's what economic theory predicts. You cannot have your cake and eat it too. So, which doesn't mean that in the computation you also have to take into account the correlation between the systemic shock, because it's a systemic risk. Climate change is a systemic risk, and if you have a brown portfolio, then of course you are going to bear some of the systemic risk, because the day there is reckoning and the politician intervenes, then those brown firms will be in big trouble. At the best, they will get a very high carbon price, at best. And they may get prohibition bans and standard and the like, which are going to be extremely expensive. So you have to take that into account. But the private sector already does that, I hope so. And if you want to go beyond that, you have to accept sacrificing return. And a horse is worth, our planet is worth it.
Before we get to the audience questions, one final question to you. It's not a very scientific one, but it's actually one that I find quite curious, and it's come up during the Q&A. We haven't been able to get to it. But, you know, I think, I'm just paraphrasing now, I think the question goes as, are they preaching water and drinking wine? All the panels that are up here on stage, how did they even get to the conference? What difference or what costs are they willing to incur? Can I just ask you? You came from Toulouse.
I flew in.
And you feel okay about that?
Well, I mean, I'm trying to reduce my travel, and there are lots of benefits of being a Nobel laureate, but you know, the cost is that you're traveling a lot, which give you a bad conscience. And I'm no saint. I mean, let's face it. You know, I'm willing to put some effort in various things. I have an electric car because I'm well-to-do, but you know, other than that, and do a couple of actions here and there like this, because you know, I want to save the planet like anybody else, but I'm no saint. And you know, in the end, the price mechanism is going to help. Now, you know, again, you can lobby your government, and you know, I live in Toulouse. I have to go to Paris very often, and the truth is that there are fast trains everywhere in France except to Toulouse, and Toulouse it takes at the very least 4.5 hours to get to Paris. Now, when I have to do that within a day or even 2, it's kind of rough. So I fly, which is terrible. So if there were a TGV going to Paris, that would be much, much better, and I will never fly again to Paris. You know, that's the kind we can put pressure on our governments to actually behave in a greener way.
We'll have to talk to SNCF about that. Thank you so much for that. For the time being, let's open up to the audience questions. They're quite timid. I think you've answered all the questions so far.
Yeah, well, I doubt it.
Oh, there you go, on the far left.
Thank you for your lecture. Could you just talk a little bit more about your ideas on the carbon bank? Because I think we all see that it's such a struggle to really execute these pledges at the national level. And you know, it is a supranational problem and probably needs a supranational solution. So have you given that more thought, and what would that look like? And maybe what models have you studied in the past that might be good metaphors for that?
Okay, it's an interesting question. There are actually 3 ways of doing forward guidance. The first is basically to have a floor and a cap. So basically, you commit yourself to a floor and a cap for the years to come. Second way, actually, I didn't mention, is something I did in 1996 with Jean-Jacques Lafont, where you issued pollution permits, but the government could increase or reduce the number, and they were like put options. So, for example, the danger is that you know, you issue pollution permits, and you may want to adjust them because, of course, there is a lot of uncertainty, but there is a danger of opportunism where the government actually is going to add more permits tomorrow. But then if you have put options on those permits, so for example, the put option is at 50 euros, and if the government get the price of permits to 20 euros because it floods the market, then the government has to pay the difference, and we showed that was kind of optimal mechanism. But it's a little bit complicated because, you know, of course, you know, it's a finance kind of mechanism. Another mechanism is what you are asking about, which is a carbon central bank. So the idea is that you set a number of permits. So the way it will work for the world, of course, you know, I don't expect that to work for the world, but you just have a carbon budget. You know, if you want to reach 1.5 Celsius, you have this carbon budget. The IPCC has computed that. So you issue a number of permits, which is equal to the carbon budget. We will get it wrong with priority 1, because we don't know about technological progress, we don't know about the politics of carbon pricing and so on. So with priority 1, we'll get it completely wrong. So you need to adjust, you need flexibility. So what you can do is to give, it's just like a central banks. You give and independent authorities just to take it out of politics, which is going to adjust the number of permits, either buy back some permits or issue new permits in order to react to news about science and society. Now, the proposal is not completely detailed at this stage, I have to warn you, but given that central banks have worked pretty well, and I've even engaged in good mission creep. I mean, mission creep usually is not very good, but actually we could think about a central bank doing a good job doing that. Here is the objective. We have to stick to 1.5. And depending on the news, you can buy new permits, buy old permits, or issue new permits to try to stay on the trajectory when there are news accruing.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm just going to go first then. So could you imagine to incorporate newer forms of technology into coining these carbon banks? So, for instance, could you imagine NFT token, so tokenization of those carbon emissions, or a saving of carbon?
I'm completely neutral with respect to whether you'll be doing blockchain or you'll have a central repository. I mean, usually for exchanges, you have a central repository, like for shares or the like for bonds. You can do one way or the other. What counts for me is the number of permits you'll issue. And then the rest, I'm happy to delegate to the experts in that area. I mean, I don't have a particular view on that.
There was a question in the front.
Yes, thank you very much for a very interesting speech. Now, there are a lot of hopes on the conclusions in Glasgow, obviously, especially from the younger generation, and also linked a little bit to this post-COVID feeling, that should have an impact. Now, what would be, in your view, the dream outcome of COP26?
It's that links to the question that we'll have answered too. I'm an optimist, so I say unlikely, that we're going to get any carbon price. It's clear we are not going to get it in Glasgow. Then what can you get? You can get pledges, deforestation, methane, and the like. Fine, but are they credible? Where is the measurement? What is the enforcement mechanism? That's what I'm asking for. So, that was discussed in the previous sessions. We have had 25 COPs, and we have made some progress. There's recognition and so on, and we need to keep that. But in the end, we need a different mechanism. It's not going to work that way. COPs 50 is still going to be a disaster. So we need to actually have the biggest emitters actually getting together. Now, how to do it, we just don't know, actually, to be honest. So many people have proposed a climate club, the coalition of the willing, basically people who are willing to handle things. And they built a wall around the climate club with a carbon tax adjustment mechanism. And they will have a carbon price within the wall. Why not? Now, you could do that, but for the moment, I see Europe. The US, Joe Biden doesn't have quite the majority to do that because he doesn't even want to mention the carbon price. That's iffy, right? And then China should be there for sure. If you want to later on put pressure on Putin, on Bolsonaro, on Modi, and so on, you really have to have China there. And that's another ballgame as well. So it's difficult to create a coalition of the willing. The Commission discussed maybe we should have G7 because G20, we all decided G20 was out, but G7, having some coalition of the willing, which will be based on G7, in order not to multiply the number of bodies in charge of that. Yes, why not? I mean, if we get at least a couple of big countries like Europe, US, and China, then we can actually move ahead and use border tax adjustment. We can use the WTO as a weapon. Of course, there's a danger of getting rid of the good aspect of the WTO, making it even more political. But, that kind of stuff, there's not that much. There's a good reason. There are two good reasons why we haven't succeeded yet. The first is of course, externality and free riding across countries. And the second is, of course, that the main victims are not born yet and they don't vote. But, by and large, something I know is that the UN process is not going to work. We have to keep it. It's important to discuss things, but it's not going to be the solution.
I mean, let me just follow up on that, because I think currently, globally, only 20% of all emissions are covered by some form of carbon price. I think only 4 or 5% is covered by price above $40 a ton.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is, in a way, it doesn't really matter whether that percentage gets to 50, 60, it matters about the countries that are in it?
Well, that's why we need a border tax adjustment, because if you start having carbon prices at 50 or 100 euros, as they should be, then you start to have offshoring. So if you don't protect your industry, it's not going to fly politically and economically. So you need to do that. Now, the question is, how do you get people to accept a carbon tax or a cap and trade? The first is to tell people a subsidy is a tax. Most people don't get it. If you ask, most people in public opinion, they think of subsidy as a free gift, but a subsidy is always a tax. And if they don't understand that, that's bad. And then the young generation, they are the most likely to act because they have the highest stake. You have to, they're going to say, I'm willing to pay 5% of my income in order to solve climate change, which is nice. But then if you tell them, your parents and yourself will face a carbon tax, which actually represents less than that, they won't want it. So you need to actually evangelize the idea. That's where the economic shortcomings of our education are going to be huge. And that we are paying for that. I think the climate change problem will be partly solved today if we had a better economics education. And there is a lot to be said in favor of developing that already in high school. I don't know, it's done in Switzerland. In France, most people don't get an economics education in high school, and those who get it often get a very bad one. So, we need actually to explain to people it can be done. After all, most people, except in the US, are not climato-sceptic now. They accept there is a science of climate. It's, it's moving. Vaccine, there's been some progress. And even if the climate scientists are wrong, we must accept the majority, what the majority says. Even sometimes they are a little bit ayatollahs in what they say. There's a consensus in science. And it's pretty good consensus as those things go. So, and we see now the young people actually following this consensus. So, we could also have this consensus in social sciences as well.
Professor Tirole, the single question that gets the most likes, because the audience can push click a like button on the questions, is a very French one. What's your personal view on the importance of nuclear power in the transition to a carbon-free economy?
Yeah, it's very French. As I said, the idea is that 80% of our electricity is actually carbon-free in France. And do we want to lose that? And the answer is no. I mean, that will be criminal because we will be using highly carbonized substitutes for that. Of course, we could put wind and solar everywhere in France. First, it will not be accepted. It will be very expensive. And then there will be...
Sorry to interrupt, but as we see in Germany, which did the huge exit, we see that it's very unreliable.
It's very unreliable, it's intermittent. And by the way, the learning curve has been extremely good on solar and wind, and I guess we hadn't anticipated that quite. And that's very promising, so we must keep doing that. But, when people tell you that, wind and solar is cheaper than existing energy, like using current nuclear plants, it's not correct. Per kilowatt hour, it may be correct, but the problem is that the energy which is produced at the point of time at which the energy price may be low, the electricity price may be low. So you have to look at the covariance between the production and the price, and it's going to get even worse. If 50% of your energy is solar or wind, that means that lots of the production will be at a point of time where the price will be zero or negative. Price of electricity will be zero or negative. So we need to develop solar and wind, of course, but we mainly need to do R&D to actually get the storage which goes with it, and the grid to transport it from southern Spain or northern Germany to where consumption is. And that's why I think it's very important. So we need wind and solar very badly. Hopefully the learning curve will continue on the same trend, but we need not to put our eggs in the same basket. We need to have wide diversity of solution.
A couple questions, actually.
So I have a question regarding the political feasibility of a carbon tax. Now, in Switzerland, we had recently a referendum where it was closely voted down, but the problem with the package that was, so to speak, which we had to vote on, was that it was kind of overloaded with lots of other things. And I am pretty sure that if we had reduced it to a proposal where we say explicitly, we pay back all the money to the citizens on a per capita basis, or even in a way that the poor people get a little bit more, I'm pretty sure that it would have been a much better chance. There would have been a much better chance to get it through. And I wonder, I mean, the politicians all over the world, they shy away from using the term carbon tax. So it's the term tax that is really, that kind of is that brings heat in the debate. But if you give it back, you can call it differently. It's just giving back the money to the citizens. And I am not so sure if, for example, in France, the yellow vested, I mean, if Macron would have said, we pay it back completely, do you really believe that we would have had these protests? If he would have, at the beginning, at the very start, have committed to paying it back, and everybody would have had a check at the end of the year, or the poorer citizens a bigger check, he could have prevented the protests.
So, I mean, you're right, but Switzerland is Switzerland. You have a high carbon tax on heating, and that's well accepted. In France, first, I completely agree with you. That was a big mistake not to have the compensation go with the tax. And I hope we are not going to do the same with a Green Deal. So the compensation has to go with the tax and be progressive, I think, so that the lowest income household will get more compensation. That's not going to be, you always have examples, of course, people driving 100 kilometers a day. They will demonstrate because we're in France. They will block the roads, but the resistance will have been much lower in that case. Still, what we have noted in France is that people don't trust the state. So their view is that they don't trust compensation. They think more or less that they will get a check for a year or two, and then the check will disappear. So that raises an important issue with how you do it. Do you want to have some kind of mechanisms with independent agencies or courts involved so as to strengthen the commitment to that? And maybe again an adjustment, because if you increase the carbon price over the years, you might increase the compensation as well. That I will be in favor also. The Commission with Olivier Blanchard didn't have time to think about that. I mean, it was very clearly along your lines, but we didn't go far enough given the mistrust of the state in France. France is a very special country. People expect everything from the state, but they have no trust in the state, in politicians at the same time. And that's really a big issue, because I think you will go a long way by actually having compensation.
So in the whole carbon emission discussion, of course, we have the arguments of China and India that we should distinguish between historic carbon emitters and present carbon emitters. So, of course, currently China is one of the largest carbon emitters, but per capita is actually low. And historically, they are not the major carbon emitters. How do you factor this into your whole discussion about, let's say, a carbon tax? How do you factor this in terms of compensating present carbon emitters who have not been major carbon emitters in the past?
So in theory, it's easy, because we want to do what Ernst just said. At the national level, you can do it at the international level. So you have a transition. Within Europe, you can compensate Germany and Poland for coal miners. So you want to protect the workers against what's going to happen to them. And at the international level, which is your question, you could have compensation for poor countries. Now that leaves the question of where China stands. But they say rightly so that they want to finance their developments. And in a sense, the answer we have, a green fund, is again a check. I will say a few things about that. The first is that the best way to do it is actually by giving free permits. You are going to sell permits, but you are going to give some permits to those countries. Historically, that's what has happened. I was at MIT still in 1990 when there was a Clean Air Act amendment, basically creating a cap and trade system for SO2 and NOx, getting rid of acid rain. It worked very well. Almost overnight, the emissions went down by 50%. It worked very, very well. But of course, there were many years of negotiation ahead of time, because the Midwest didn't want actually to have a price on SO2. So basically what happened is that they got lots of free permits, they got bribed, just like the way Eastern Europe and Russia got bribed in Kyoto, right? You get free permits, the electorate doesn't know. I mean, it's terrible what I say. I hope nobody's going to record what I just said. But I didn't read in the Boston Globe. I was reading the Boston Globe and the New York Times. Nobody was saying, we are paying for the West. There is huge financial transfer to the Midwest. Now, if you tell the Texas person, we are going to give lots of money to China and to India with your taxes, that sounds terrible, right? It's not going to fly. And part of the failure of the Green Fund is exactly about that. You can do a little bit better by giving free permits. But in the end, I want to insist on something. You have to give money, just like at domestic level. If you tell India you can finance your development and have a carbon tax equal to $3 per ton, we are running against a wall. It's going to be a big disaster, because all those countries are going to have more and more coal production. And the growth in emissions is going to come from those countries. And I understand their complaint, and you too. I mean, we understand their complaint, they are right. But if you let them without carbon price, forget about climate change, it's done. So we need actually to have some compensation, but and Lucas could tell you more about this. I don't know where Lucas is, but yeah. No, but it's hard actually to bargain 200 countries, each saying I want to pay less and I want to get more money. It's pretty hard, and in the end, you need some kind of formula, which is going to basically explain who's going to give the money and not. And designing the formula is pretty complicated, to be honest. But we need to do that if we want to go anywhere. And the formula can include maybe not dollars, but pollution permits too.
On that note, let's have a look at the poll result and see how optimistic everyone is about a global deal. Pretty pessimistic, I would say. A little more optimistic than the panel that we saw. So 47% say it's very unlikely. Where are you on this spectrum?
I said I want to be optimistic, so I would say unlikely, but the truth is that I think it's very unlikely.
Okay. So you're an optimist, but also you're a realist, and you're an economist too. So
I mean, as I said, it's not going to come from the UN. If you have 200 veto rights, given that you have lots of oil-producing countries and gas-producing countries and ideological and populist countries, that's a little bit too much, given that you need only one veto right not to get it. Sorry.
Professor Tirole, I want to thank you so much for your insights. A big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And on behalf of the UBS Center, I want to thank everyone for their participation, for attending in the first place. Again, I find it terrific to be in a room full of people. I hope you felt the same, and I think the interaction that we had was brilliant. So I want to thank everyone here in person, but also virtually. You really made a difference to this conference. Your feedback is going to be very important to the UBS Center. We kindly ask you to give your opinion today. There's a QR code which will be shown on screen, I assume. And then you have a link with the questionnaire. I also want to draw your attention to the Center's upcoming events. Next year, the UBS Center will celebrate its 10th anniversary. On April 7th, they will kick off the anniversary year with the Wirtschaftspodium Schweiz. They will take up the topic of the very first edition, actually, of the podium back in 2013, Wirtschaftsstandort Schweiz, ein Erfolgsmodell in Gefahr. On June the 20th, they will hold a lecture at the University of Zurich with Nobel laureate Esther Duflo and Abhijit Banerjee on their new book, Good Economics for Hard Times. And obviously, it's still a while away until April, but the next webcast with Professor Jan Eckhout is on November the 23rd. He will talk about whether giant firms undermine competition and social welfare. So very important dates to be marked in your calendars. We are looking forward to welcoming you at one or many or all of these events. I want to thank everyone. Have a great evening, and above all, stay healthy. Thank you.